Give me one more funky beat. Ain't nothing like a funky beat. Ain't nothing like a funky beat.
In true me fashion, I'm not going to wait till the timer ends up. That thing has never changed. It's been a while. But some things never change. Let's be real. I will always be impatient. I will always fly by the seat of my pants. Hello, Digimon lover. Hello, Coffee. Coffee, let me give you a shout out. So, this was just like, as usual, spur of the moment. It has been quite some time. My OBS has been fully, like, it looks the same on the surface, but within the last month or two, Navir has helped me kind of like reorganize my entire OBS because I've been letting it fester for so long to the point where it got like, I don't want to do anything with you. Because look at all this shit. But a lot of things have changed since the last time I streamed that should help. Now I just have to, you know, get the habit back. My internet provider is different now. I have a brand new like router and Ethernet cable that is connecting everything, so there shouldn't be like random dips. I mean, you know, knock on wood. This is plywood, this is plasterboard. Plasterboard, does that count? It's come from a tree. I got paper somewhere. That's wood. That's not wood, that's paper. It come from a tree. Does it matter? I don't know. I'm getting distracted. Point is, hi. As per usual, I'm probably just gonna yap for a little bit. Cause I got a few things I could talk about. I went to FWA. That's a thing. Oh no, yay! I want you to unshare. I will drink water and unshare. It's not. Why is my alert over there? The dink is obscured. I will wait. Before I fix that, I'm gonna dink. I'm gonna unshrimp. Thank you, Digimon. Dig love. Dig love 8 numbers. How's life been? Like 6 months since you streamed last. It's been rough. A lot of good moments too, though. In the last like 6 months, I got to like fly out of the south for the first time. You get lots of sips. I will drink all the sips. Every sip you give me, I will sip. Not all sips, if you know what I mean. The water sips. What the fuck? Oh, it's my timer. It scares me every time. Last 6 months, I got to fly out of the south for the first time ever. I've only ever been in the southern United States my entire life. Well, that too, yeah. Well, no. So I got to go visit Buck and Nathan up in Ohio. Flew over there. First time, that was a lot of firsts. First time meeting online friends. First time flying or leaving the South. First time flying on a plane since I was 5 years old. So like nearly 20 years. So that was exciting. I got stuck in Chicago. I gotta fix that alert. Why are you all the way over there? Oh, my alert's connected to the Ko-fi thing. Oh. Maybe that'll do something. I don't know. Ko-fi can go over there. It's fine. But yeah. First time flying since I was 5. Got stuck. It was in late November when I flew. And there was that big blizzard in Chicago, and that was my layover. So I got stuck in Chicago for 11 hours, and I got adopted by a bunch of like well-seasoned flyers that were coming from like India and Abu Dhabi and Tokyo and Istanbul and like all these places who had been flying for like 36 hours. And they kind of adopted me because I was just like, this is my first time flying, I need help. Only a few hours from me then. In Chicago? I was only a few hours from you? Oh shit. I had no idea. I'm gonna be real with you. I still don't know what Chicago looks like because when I flew in, it was all snowy, so it was all white, and when I flew out, it was late at night, so it was all black. I was in Chicago for 11 hours. Still don't know where the hell it looks like. It was a little bit of a culture shock just going from like a southern place my entire life where everybody's just like fake smiling at each other. It's like, yeah, and just like going to a place where the first place I went to was get a deep dish pizza for lunch at like this place in the airport because I was hungry. And the people were so like, just go. Like a line cook just appeared between two racks of pizza behind the glass and just like, what you want? It was great. It's rare that I get to bring my line cook side to like public life because usually I work at a restaurant, so when I'm in the back of the kitchen, I get to act like a line cook, but when I'm out in the front, I have to act all nice and southern. But then you go to Chicago and you get a pizza, and these people are just line cooked to your face, and I appreciate that. And I was just like, hell yeah! And there was a person behind me that was being way too polite, and you could tell that the people behind the counter were getting exasperated. Like, all these please and thank yous aren't necessary. What the fuck kind of pizza do you want? You have to tell us. Yeah, I'm just over in Indiana. Oh, okay. I mean, next time I get to... Tuber, hold on. I need to fix something. I need to lower this a little bit. Make myself a little smaller. Just a little bit. My mask keeps getting cut off by the top of the thing. There we go. Okay. I'm just in a clusterfuck. I can barely see my ass. I need to emit an aura. But yeah. Got stuck in Chicago for 11 hours. Met a lot of fun people that were like traveling from all over. I brought like homemade Oreos with me to bring to Buck and Nathan, or Nathan, and one of the people that had been on a flight from India for like the last 36 hours, I shared some of those Oreos with her on the final flight to Ohio, and it was just a nice moment because she was exhausted, she needed a sugar boost, and she was like, I'm almost home, and I'm just like, you got this. Because I couldn't complain. It was my first time flying, and everybody was just like, this isn't usually how it is. This is not, it's never this bad. But yeah, that happened. That was fantastic. Like, stayed with them. We went to a lot of different places. I wrote down a lot of them so I could go over all of that in detail. Oh my lord. It was fun. Yeah, over in Indiana. I mean, if I ever plan it more, because that was planned for like 3 months in advance, and I wasn't meant to be in Chicago for more than 2 hours at first. Honestly, it would have been quicker to drive to Ohio with how long I was in Chicago. Which was proven recently when I went to FWA because Buck picked up Chill and then came down to me and road trip down to me to pick me up to go to FWA, which was so much fun. I miss them so much. I miss my friends so much. It was such a good time. Another first for me. First furry convention was this year's FWA. Go to hell. I'm talking. Ryder, hello. Well, at least that still works. Isn't it fun, like, after years, like, the one thing that interrupts, like, the things that hurt me still work? How you doing, Ryder? It's been a while. I'm already in hell. Well, get out. Get out of there. Join me in my ballroom. Join me in my room of balls. If you ever find yourself in the area again, let me know. Will do. I live in America. Same. I live in southern United States. Why do you think I'm a hellhound? Because of religious trauma. He's real. I'm Buck. Hello. He exists. Look at the title of the stream. There is no streamer here. I'm not streaming. I'm not a streamer. Streamer? I barely know her. I'm not a streamer. I don't know how to stream. I don't know what I'm doing. Religious trauma. Religious trauma, bestie. It is so hot in this room. Hi, Buck! Wait, let me get you. Hello, return from hell. I'm back, baby. Let me get you a shout out. Oh, the last game you were playing was Escape from Ever After? How was that? How was that? I heard that's a fun game. I heard that's like a pretty fun game or whatever. I heard it's pretty cute. I heard you had some really handsome people to help voice the characters in the game. That's pretty cool. Don't give me that. How dare you? How forever dare you? I'm back from hell. Back from hell, everybody. But yeah, there's like a ton of stuff happened in the last 6 months. Like a lot of good things. A lot of good things. And I've been like racking my brain about like and trying to like fix why I haven't like wanted to stream or like had the energy to. But then again, it just falls into like I haven't wanted to do a lot of the things that I enjoy lately just because I've been tired. But the thing is, like, stuff like this gives me energy, so forcing myself to do it does help in a way. That's why I was just like, I got today off. I got my shift covered. It's a Sunday. It's beautiful outside, but like beautiful in a 90-degree humid as fuck kind of way. Like it's nice and sunny, so it's really beautiful from a window in an air-conditioned room. Also, I haven't asked. It's too fucking hot out. It's so fucking hot right now. It's like 90. Yeah, outside is 90. There's not a cloud. Oh my god. No, it's overcast. There's some clouds out there. It's so fucking hot. Oh, before I get distracted again, is the audio fine? Do I sound fine? Does the music sound fine? The Midwest is getting hit with heat too. It's awful. It was so... Buck... Audio's good. Good balance. Sick. Buck, we lucked out with the weather at FWA. This is the week after. Like, we're getting hit with so much humidity and, like, heat. Like, and last week was beautiful. Or week before last was beautiful. Oh my god, it's already been... Oh. We got so lucky with it. It was perfect outdoor weather. We weren't swamped up. I'm not going to a furry rave with swamp ass. I'm not going to a furry rave with swamp ass. I'm just not going to do it. Chat, why are you in front of my stream avatars? Low to mid 70s with clouds nearly the entire con. It was so good. And like there was light misting of rain every now and again, which was completely doable. Players, what the hell is this? Okay. So you go in front of Chap so that you don't walk behind him. Nobody hide behind Chap. Nobody hide behind Chap. Please and thank you. Oh. It was so nice. The entire con. First furry rave. Because I've been to a rave before at a convention, an anime convention, and an Akatsuki member from Art Naruto grinded up against me. At the time, I was annoyed. It's a funny story now. Because how often can anyone say that? Probably people that go to anime raves. Who was it anyway? Which Akatsuki member? Wizard Soul! Well, that works too. Hope that sound didn't play on stream. Did it not? I heard it. Oh, I wish I was paying attention. Does that go through desktop audio? Hope not. Sadly, no. Shoot. Let me check some things. Okay, pet still works. Did that work? Is that slapping? I can hear it. Meat spin sound works. Okay. But Wizard Sword doesn't. I think Meat Spin is going through Twitch, while Wizard Sword is going through something else. Wait, does this make noise? No, it wouldn't. No. Okay. So it's just the ones that go through desktop audio. Huh. Okay. I'm going to turn those two off, because I know what they're going through. They're going through something called Trigger Fire, which uses desktop audio, but I have desktop audio turned off so that, like, you don't get looping audio from, like, the music and stuff. Let me see. Plus, I'm probably going to, like, phase out Trigger Fire anyway. A code got sent to your phone, whatever. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Because since the revamp of my OBS, I figured I'd, like, come into some problems, and Trigger Fire has always been kind of hit or miss. Okay. Because the pet is going through Trigger Fire, but the pet doesn't have audio, so that's not really that big of an issue. Okay, so let me open Twitch and turn those redeems off until I have the time to reroute them. Emotes, power up chance, channel point rewards. Let's see. Head explosion and Wizard Sword, I think, are the only ones. Okay. Just keep those turned off for now, and I'll work on them later. What did the nut say? Oh, you found the dad jokes. What did the nut say as the chase the other nut? I'm cashew. Wait. Says he chased the other nut. I'm a cashew. Okay, took me a second. My hands are fucking up. It's Hello Closet. Hello. It's been so very long. Let me get you a shout out. How you doing? The Hug Fox is here.
Wait.
Wait. Wait. Say good morning.
Good morning. Wiki wiki exam preggy.
And I forgot that that's what that did. Ah! Could we relax? Could we relax? Okay. Gearing up to run errands. Oh, you gotta. Could we relax? Ow! Could we not? This is why I was gone for so long. That's why I was gone for so long, because I had to go get all the wounds patched up from the abuse. You bunch of imps. Dastardly little beings you are. The hive mind collective that is chat. Forming Voltron and kicking my ass. It's okay, Phil. They can't hurt you anymore. What do you mean? Y'all just threw everything at me. What do you mean they can't hurt me anymore? Starting now? When can they not hurt me? What? I would love to know when they can't hurt me. Is there like a time frame that I can rock up with. I'm gonna need you to stuff that zebra cake into that gash in your arm. Oh, dude, fine. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have to go find some fucking zebra cakes. There's one. This. Save image. I'm working on it. No, it's a WebP image. This. 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 Save. Pictures. Save. This. This. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Filter. This. Color key. That. Color. Custom color. Select color. White. This. Oh, that sucks. That's what we're doing. Can I get some of it back? Some of my zebra back? Smoothness. Oh, shit. My zebra. That's fine. Where am I putting it? Where am I putting it? Where's the biggest wound on me? You have a better vantage point. Stop vibrating and help me put this zebra cake somewhere. Cram it. Cram it. Cram it into the wound. Can I mesh transform? Wait. Transform. Edit transform. Reset transform. Edit transform? There. You can just sit right there for a while. I gotta plug the wounds. There's too much fucking blood. There's too much damn blood. And you damn well know. Wait. This is stupid. Y'all are this is silly times. Where's a blood bag when you need one? Where is a blood bag when you need one? Where's King? Demon blood? Stop licking up my blood. I need that. Put it back in. Collect it in your mouth. Go up to the vein and just blow. Put it back. Put that shit back right this second. Hold on. Y'all know nothing about nothing. Don't know nothing about nothing. Wait, no. It's not gonna work. It's fine. There, my drippy. My bloody drippy. I needed more blood dripples. Yeah, put it on top. Like a nice collar. Beautiful. You'll make more. I don't want to make more. I'm iron deficient. I have anemia. My blood's so thin. They prick my finger and it 500 psi amount of blood comes out like a water cutter. Like a CNC water cutter. Laser water. Water cutter laser. Whatever it is. Oh. Oh. My drippy zebra cakes. Going to FWA just to show off my drippy zebra cakes. In them tight shorts. I stand stuck in the middle, even not good alone. Tastes so sweet, it hurts a little. Oh, Ninja Sex Sprite? No, this is the Midnight. Unless you're talking about Drippy Zebra Cakes, which does sound like one of their song names. Well, it's good to know most of the redeems still work. I appreciate that, because I can't test them offline. A lot of the Twitch ones, at least. Darkness before the dawn. Which I appreciate. I will unshrimp and I will dink order. Chill! Chill, it's so good to see you. Wiener joke. Does it do one after another? Do we get a wiener joke? Is it gonna work? Does it work? Does it work? No sound there. Did it do anything? Where is wiener joke? Wiener joke should be in... Wait, there's Slappy. Meat spin, Slappy, Slappy. Slappy, Slappy. Chalice of the Demon. Buck with Wizard Sword. Where's Chill's... That's the loud cock sound. Yeah, that's the loud... Ah! We've already got that today! Ooh! Did I not turn that on? Did I turn that on a cooldown, or did I fucked with things? And now I don't know what is. Meat spin. Chill, I hope you're doing something. Oh shit!
Chill Paints just redeemed Ascend or Regress.
Oh shit. What do you want to do? Oh shit. I think you're the second person to redeem that. You're only because Buck ascended his tree demon back there with the big bird. So what do you want to do? Wait, let me get my notebook out so I can write it down. Oh, it's exciting. Yay, 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 yay. Wicker Witch ascend. Oh, you want to ascend the Wicker Witch? You want to say bye-bye to the Wicker Witch? Oh, an ascended Wicker Witch. I never thought about that. Where's my notes? You know what? I'm gonna cut out the very first doodle of Wicker Witch from my notebook. Rip him out of there. Or ascend the slime. Do you want me to decide that? Because I can do either one. That decision lies on you. The Scruff Slime, level 1 Scruff Slime. I'll bump him up to level 10. Your choice, Breasty. You can't do that to me. We're not going to go out to eat, and you pay, but I choose. Which would honestly be fair. No, would it be fair? No, it wouldn't. That's a treat. That's my treat. Level 1 slime was one of the first... Oh, Twiz. Hello, Twiz. Oh, thank you for shouting out Twiz, Buck. Hi, Twiz. How you doing? Twiz. Honestly, Wicker Witch Ascended would be really cool. But I feel like level 1 slime has been on the screen for a very long time. Level 1 slime was one of the first 5, I want to say. Oh my god, I just saw the wound on the zebra cake. You didn't see me color key the blood out? Wait, is it Kello's birthday? No. My birthday's in 2 months? Yeah, 2 months. About 2 months. 2 months and 4 days. 2 months and 4 days. I think. Yeah. Oh, Buck jammed them into my gaping open wound, so now the blood is bleeding through my zebra cake gauze. Because chat was beating my ass, and then Buck decided to jam some zebra cakes into the open wound, and now they're bleeding through. Ah, I see. Yep. Yep. This is why I was gone for so long, because I was healing from the last ass kicking. When chat develops a hive mind and decides to beat me senseless. Your choice, Breasty. Oh my god. I can't believe you'd do this to me. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna use my tiny dice for you, Chill. That's what we're gonna do. I have a little tiny D20. I have a little tiny D20. I don't know if you can hear it. Hear that? Yep. It's in a little pocket watch. I'm gonna roll it. 1 through 10, Wicker. 11 through Honestly, I keep forgetting about Scruff, but I still love him. That's fair. I don't think you've mentioned Scruff in a long time because you've gone... I think you've had 3 Sonas since Scruff, because I think that... I can't remember the name, but the sort of like gray-black wolf with all the designs on his face came after Scruff. Oliver came after Scruff, and Finn came after Scruff. I think. Unless Scruff was in the middle somewhere, but I thought there was like... I thought the... Was Rowan the striped hyena? What? Rowan! Wait. Scruff, Oliver, Star, and now Finn. Oliver... Wait. I went through my Sona TF era for a few years until I hit Finn. Okay. Oliver, of course. Scruff, Oliver, Star. Which one was Star? Was Star the space-themed dog? I didn't know that was considered a Sona, was it? Wait, let me roll the thing. Okay, I got 13, so I'm going to be doing Scruff. We're going to be turning a level 1 slime into a level, let's say 10. Bump you up by 10 levels. Sound good? So that you have, so if you want to ascend him again, he can turn into a fully adult slime. I still will use the Oliver page that I just ripped out as a... Where's him? I just had it. There it is. There was Skip, Oliver, Scruff. Oliver was before Scruff, Rowan, and Comet? Really? Because my brain didn't know who I was as a furry. No, it's fair. I always thought it was impressive that you were able to come up with so many like cool designs. We're making ascended forms? Yes, Twiz. That's something I added toward the end of when I stopped streaming before. But I realized that at a certain point, there's too many demons on screen, right? Like, eventually, there's going to be too many for me to keep putting. So, in order to, like, slow the roll on that, I added the ascend or regress command. So you can take a demon that you already have on screen, and I will redraw them as their ascended form, or I will take them back and turn them into, like, a baby Pokemon. Whichever way you want to go. It's kind of a way for you to, like, re-roll the designs I make for you guys, since like I'm kind of just doing them by the seat of my pants. And so if like you want to change your design or see what they would look like bigger or smaller, you can do that. Yeah. Plus I got to the point where like people were redeeming multiple demons and I was like, oh, now I have other OCs that can become demons. I'll have to remember that fit. Yes. Now what would mine be? Who knows? Who knows? Because yours is like a spring, so if I regressed spring Twiz, I'd probably turn them into like what's this? Like a smaller spring? Ooh, I could turn them into like a little staple. Or like, no, like a paper clip. Oh, I could turn you into I could turn you into Clippy Twiz. Clippy. Little Clippy Twiz. All right, Fen Demon, that can be a thing. Yeah, I already have an idea for Fen Demon. I might make Fen Demon into a GIF because I have him in my head. He has a lot of motion in my brain. I gotta save up to get my Lycanata Sona as a demon. That'd be fun. I've ever seen Ascended Buck before. Oh yes, Ascended Buck was toward the end of me streaming. I just made his tree bigger and made the little bird on his thing grow up. I also have Ian, Tank, and Silas. Silas is a demon. He's back there. You already made Silas a demon. Trying to find him. He's there somewhere. There he is. You did Silas already. That's right. Yep. Is that Ascended that I turn into a paperclip? No, I think paperclip would be regressed Twiz, like little baby Pokemon spring Twiz. I think Ascended Twiz, keeping with... There's so many. There's so fucking many. No, you're good. Ascended Twiz. Because honestly, Twiz, I really like the design I gave you for your demon form. It's like one of my favorites. Because it just, I feel like it fits, like, I feel like it fits really well. I was really happy with that. Rick will always have a soft spot in my heart, even more than Oliver at the moment. Aww. That's so sweet. I really like Wicker Witch. I feel like Wicker Witch is like a good... I feel like Wicker Witch is kind of like a mascot for our friendship. Like, it's such like a combo of us. Of like our like vibes. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm just talking out of my ass. But like, I really love Wicker Witch. I'm really glad you like him too. It really is. Yeah. Oh, I gotta write this down before I forget. Level 1 slime scruff ascend. I like Spring Demon too. I know, Spring Demon and Wicker Witch, I feel like there's ways to make Wicker Witch like just more, you know, like make the tail more like a dragon and make the body more like less crazed and more like controlled, like an actual final boss, like a mastermind kind of deal. Like change him from a Wicker Witch into a Wicker wizard or something, just like make him more, just more. But like what would Spring Twiz ascend into? Ooh. Oh, no, Twiz, I got you. I feel like an ascended form of your demon would be like bridge cables. Like, because right now you're like kind of razor wire, like kind of barbed wire, razor wiry demon spring form down there. But I think if I made you bigger, I would make you into like bridge cables, like giant connector cables that are like fraying in certain spots, like they're about to snap and cut something in half. I don't know. Maybe out of chains, turn you into chains. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, there's a lot to do with your concept that I gave you. I really like it. There's a lot to play with there. Honestly, I might do Ascended Scruff right here. Because I don't have a plan for this stream. I just wanted to yap. I think because there's a lot of designs in here that I feel like could benefit. I have like some good ideas for we love that demon yapper. Thank you. Love you guys too. I'm trying to think now, like, what I would do for ascended forms for everybody, because, like, Coffee, you only have the one, and you're like a little snake thing. I feel like I'd turn you into something like the sandworm from Dune. Like, if you ascended that, like, just bigger and more, like, imposing. I might even make you just, like, a shadow in the background to, like, show how, like, massive you are. Ooh, I could put you outside, because that window behind the ballroom, I can put you behind there and it's transparent, so I can just have you sort of slithering in the background like a really long Furby. I could turn you into a really long furry. One step at a time. Don't want to burn yourself out before you even start. That's true. Okay. Regressed as a larva furry. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, chill. I still have it to where someone can only ascend a demon once, and someone can only do those things once a stream. So I won't get backed up. I mean, for this stream, I could just doodle, and if I come up with a design that is level 10 scruff slime, then I could go with that, because these demons were never meant to be like something that took forever for me to do. A lot of them are just like little quick designs. Some of them put more effort into it. I put more effort into, but like most of them are meant to be just quick, fly by the seat of my pants, kind of whatever I'm feeling in that moment kind of designs. Specifically so I don't get overwhelmed. The thing that overwhelmed me was how many were on screen and OBS starting to like die. I was getting overrun by demons. But thank you for... I do appreciate, like, keep up with telling me not to burn myself out. I appreciate that so much. Because I feel like I overestimate my limits. And then I get to the point where I'm like, oh my God, I'm dying. I'm dying. Now that we're talking about sizes, I'm thinking that the forest demon is also kaiju sized. The forest demon? Oh, you mean the buck demon? We both do the same thing. We do, yeah. We do. Oh my God! Atomica! I will drink water and unshrimp. Thank you. Everybody drink water and shrimp. Underrobbers had the same. It did. Underrobbers did have the same thing. Because we started building a world, and I love world building. I'm not very good with, like, structured world building. I like building, like, maps and cities and cultures and traits and stuff. Like, not exactly a story, but, like, a sort of D&D world that you could plop an improv story into. Which, like, yeah, the Bucks demon. Okay. I have a name for that demon, too. He's called the Bristlecone Giant, so you're right on the money when it comes to... Because he was called the Bristlecone Giant before, so he was already big before. So I'd say he's like redwood tree, like the size of a redwood tree. Well, bristlecone is like the biggest tree in the world, so he'd be... I think it's the biggest tree. It's either the biggest or the oldest tree, the bristlecone tree. I have to look that up. Let me find the names for everybody. Because I didn't name a couple demons. But Twiz has a name. Wicker Witch has a name. There they are. Where's my pen? I didn't have a name for Percy. Oh, the only one I didn't name was Percy's. What the fuck? I just couldn't figure out a name for Percy's. Because Silas was named the Cenote Colossus. Both of Bucks are like giants. Twiz was named Wire Runner. Coffee's was named... What is Coffee's name? Where are you? The Glitch Dredger. The Glitch Dredger. Because I have a very, like, clear idea in my head. Mine has a name. Yeah, yours has a name. Where did I put you? Atomica. Demon Cortigen. Because I designed you off of the Demon Core, remember? So you're the Demon Cortigen. I wonder why both of Buck's demons are giant. Certainly isn't because of his sturdy stature. No, not at all. Buck? Having affinity for big men? Never. Never. Trying to think. Does anybody else... Closets? Oh, Closets was the Clutch Hound. Because I designed him off of like a hug werewolf. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be you. Oh wait, Atomica, do you stream, right? I'm gonna shout you out anyway because I think you stream. Not even gonna wait for a response because I think you stream. I think you stream. You stream. It's been a while. Do you stream? Yes, you do. Shout it out. Get shouted out. I wish some of y'all would just rock up to me and just be like, shout me out, I stream. Trying to think. Who else here? I think that's everybody that's here right now. No, but thanks anyway. What? It says Diablo 2 Resurrected. Or was that just like a long time ago? Just making stuff up at this point. I don't stream either, so it's fine. Yeah, but Percy's the only one that didn't have a name. Percy's is, I don't know if you see him in there. He has like the orange collar, big blue head, large ponytail, like gray bone neck. He's like as tall as Bucks with the ponytail back there. I just don't have a name for him yet. He's kind of going the same speed as Carl. I need to fix that. It's Carl Bunkle. Game. I still changed the listed game just in case. Oh, okay. Very fair. That's one that I like kind of hope gets ascended is Katz's one. The one that I based off of I think a Heartless from Kingdom Hearts. They're called the Phantasm Carnival. And I would love to see them like as a bigger spectral being. Oh, I forgot. I was designing a card game based off of Everybody's Demon. I think I have everybody on this list. I'm trying to look through everybody's. I got Eli's. Silas is on the list somewhere. They're there. Joe Werewolf. Okay. Everybody's there. But next up on the roster will be finally on my lunch break so I can actually watch stream proper. Yay! Yeah, we were just talking about everybody's demon name in the background because I'd forgotten I'd named all of you. Except for Percy. I still need to figure out Percy's name. I don't know. It just doesn't come to me as easily. For some reason, I blanked on one of them. I wonder if I can figure it out now. It's very like potion seller, kind of like snake oil medium. What's my demon's name? Your demon's name was Glitch Dredger. Because in my brain, yours is like a snake one, but it like glitches in and out of reality like a fucked up TV. So like whatever it glitches into just like shaves it out of reality. So you just sort of tunnel through reality, just like glitching your way like a sort of like low frame snake. That was the inspiration for your name. Just be like, thank you. I was actually really proud of that. Was one of the first names. I think Coffee, yours was the first one I named, the Glitch Dredger, just because it had such like a clear animation in my head. Speaking of, should switch that to Twilight Princess. Was that the last game you played? 1 second, y'all. I'm getting a message. I need to take a phone call real quick, so I will be right back. How about nobody commit any arson, actually, for real? An ad break is starting soon. No! Speaking of, Project Dusk did a good PC port. Okay, cool. Don't destroy everything. No, stop it. Little menaces. My stream is so wholesome. Why do you do this to me? I'm nothing but a wholesome being who's never done anything wrong and is never nefarious. Why is this the vibe? Destruction. Just because I have a bleeding zebra cake on my chest doesn't mean you can act chaotic. It's unbecoming. It's unbecoming. Unbecoming of thee. Unbecoming of you. Be ad braked. Get ad braked, nerds. Get ad braked into oblivion. Quell the fires with my ad breaks. You can't even hear me. Can't even hear me. You got ad breaks to hell. What other things do I have on my model? Alright, I had a gay flag, a little tentacle hand for gaming, for drawing. I need to update this model at some point, but it still does work. That's what you think. What do you mean? Wait, what? Oh, right. I know it pops up in the corner where you can like bring it back out and still keep listening to me, but like in a smaller window. Unbelievable. I can't even punish you properly. Still here. No. Go watch an ad break. Go to the corner and think about what you did. I'm more powerful than ads. What the hell? You don't get to have dessert until you've watched your ads. This is the future capitalists want. Burger. Burger. Your burger pants. Oh, your burger pants. Oh, frick. Can't do nothing about burger pants. I can't do shit about burger pants. I could play Undertale. Ooh, I could play Undertale. I might play Undertale. Gifted turbo sub. Make me... What? Gifted turbo sub. Oh... Don't you know? I refuse. I simply refuse. I just simply refuse. Wait, I want to see... Send TTS message to overlay. I want to see if my TTS works. One sec.
This is a test message.
Oh, that seemed to work. Okay. I simply refuse. Well, I refuse your refusal. I refuse your refusal of my refusal. So there. Two can play this roundabout game. I'll attack you with a brick. Okay. Also, I know y'all are probably doing stuff, but Buck, chill. You're more than welcome to join me. If you'd like to just chill for, or chill. If you'd like to just Buck or chill for a little bit. No! I need more blood now. God dang it. I need more blood. I need more blood. Ow. Fuck you. Stop. Stop! I got burp in the video. Could say anything. Ow. What the fuck? Falling from the sky. Unprofessional. All of you. Okay, you know what? We need more structure. We need more structure. Why is my music not playing? Video pause. Continue. Yes. May I also come and Buck and chill? Yeah. Well, you know, I could just jump into Discord. I don't have finger pointing emojis. That's okay. I could jump into my I'm not going to jump into my stream. But could I jump into your channel? Not channel. Server. I need to like overhaul mine at some point. I think Twiz is in there, right? Yeah, Twiz is in there. I think they're all gone. I'm just gonna jump into this server. Wait, I can change the thing to streaming. GIF. Stream. What was this?
Found you, bitch.
Fuck you, man! I changed the picture to stream.
Ah, I see that. Okay, yes, in fact, you did.
Redeemed homo time. Does that do anything? Why do some of them not do anything?
I don't know.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, hey, Twiz.
With
Twiz Buck. Hello.
I'm gonna be doing laundry while I'm talking. I hope that's okay. And Coco's mad at me. I'm trying to figure out why she's mad at me.
Why are they so mad at you?
probably because you're not paying attention to her.
Yeah.
Coco, what do you want from me?
Have you
Yes.
Have you eaten today? Maybe they're mad at that. Okay, too many. Too many. Too many. Too many.
Okay, so Benui may or may not have forgotten to eat breakfast this morning.
Have you had something in the past 2 hours to eat?
The silence is
So, Kella,
deafening.
how are you?
The silence
I'm
is
kidding,
deafening.
I'm kidding. I had something to eat. I went to Wingstop.
Everyone clip this so I can
Oh,
bring it
okay,
to
yummy.
court.
No, we don't need to bring anything to court.
Wiz had Wingstop. I heard him say.
Okay. That is acceptable.
Listen, you didn't say it had to be quality food. You just said it had to be food. So that was food.
That's fine.
Wingstop's pretty damn good. I like Wingstop.
Oh.
I've never been to Wingstop. We have one nearby, but I've never been.
I should have made a stop at Bojangles while I was down there. God damn it.
Oh,
You should have. And you didn't.
Their
Should've could've.
breakfast.
And now you have to
biscuits.
go. And now you have to go, like, what, a few more months without having some biscuits and sweet tea? Some world famous biscuits and sweet tea?
No, there's one probably about like 45-minute drive away from me.
Well, are you willing to drive 45 minutes to get it?
Not right now.
Go right now.
Well, obviously, yeah, not
For the
right now.
jangle.
No, not for the jangle. Don't go
Is that
for the
good?
jangle.
I've got rehearsal in like 2 hours.
Buck
so-
Jangle. Oh, right, you do.
Ah.
I forgot you do them on Sundays too. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
Is it for, like, the musical thingy?
Yep.
Yay! Will it be live streamed somewhere so I can watch?
Not the rehearsal.
Not the rehearsal, no, but like the show.
Oh, I doubt it would be live streamed. Unfortunately.
Oh.
Are they allowing like recordings, like proper professional
I
recordings?
highly doubt that.
Really? Okay.
Well,
Uh,
as I think when it comes to that stuff, you're allowed to do like a professional recording so long as it's not distributed.
It's not just
Eat like it.
I see.
So like the theater could record it to keep it for their records. Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They just can't make any money off of said recording.
It could be like on YouTube where it's like a slime, how to make DIY rainbow slime, and it's just a whole Broadway musical of Heathers. It could just be that.
True.
Yeah, those are generally.
I know they're
not,
frowned upon.
Not
I
legally
know-
frowned upon. Yeah.
not legally frowned upon. No. Jill, I
Oh
haven't
my
seen that
God,
art.
you've got the bunny PNG.
I haven't
Oh,
seen that.
Look at the wreck. Look
Jill.
at it. Look at them.
Look at
He's so
him.
cute.
He's so.
He's so cute.
He's so.
looking the wrong way.
Look at the wreck.
It's
Look
fine,
at the
it's
wreck.
totally
Everybody
fine.
witness the
Look
wreck.
how
They're
cute
so
he is.
good.
They're so cute.
I gotta save up my points to get one from Bunny.
Oh, that's so cute.
I need to draw Big Bun at some point.
You
I need to talk
you
to Big Bun
bitch,
more.
why don't you turn around? Stop
You-
looking at
Sit in the lineup. You are being ornery. Turn the hell around.
Okay, now I know why I didn't want to take Coco out because it's 89 degrees and it's way too hot for her.
Air
It's way too
conditioning.
hot.
Yep. I was gonna say if she goes outside, it's for like 5 minutes. Do your thing. Get inside.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
But she won't go outside unless I pick her up.
It's because she's smart and knows it's too damn hot out there.
Don't be at
He
me.
does not. You give Coco too much credit.
Oh.
It's not gonna cool down here until like Tuesday night, Wednesday. For us here, it's gonna get to like the mid 80s.
Mm, that's kind of gross. If you can't tell by Kello gagging, are you getting jostled again?
Not yet. I'm just gagging for the hell of it.
Oh.
Vocal stem. Wait, I gotta get my growing tube. 1 sec.
Yeah.
Take my headphones off.
See if it comes through on the mic.
But also, guys, how have you been since the foie?
Tired.
Understandable.
Need more props.
I miss people. Fuck.
I miss you too. I miss y'all
miss
too, even
you.
though I killed you at the con.
It's like, yay, we got an introvert to say they miss people. Yay. No, I'm just kidding.
Listen to you, motherfucker. I'll rescind it real fucking quick.
Okay.
You
No.
was-
No. You love us.
listen. It's like, listen, man. After the tear that came out of your eye when you said, "I guess it's time to take you to the bus station," I folded. You saw me fold.
Oh no. Aww.
This motherfucker made me cry. This motherfucker made me start fucking tearing up. I was like, no, don't you fucking stop.
Damn.
That tear, that tear was calculated.
It was a
calculated.
meaty tear.
Yeah.
A
Chill,
weary,
chill, you were,
meaty tear.
chill. You were sitting behind me when I teared up. When I had tears in my eyes. So like you didn't
No, I
see
know.
me.
Yeah, and the song "Cry" came on. You're like, don't, shut the,
Like
shut the
3
fuck up."
separate songs about crying came on, and I was just like, "Can the universe shut the hell up for 2 seconds while I'm trying to deal with it?"
What? Cry by Charlie Puth featuring Kenny G is a fantastic song.
It's a great song. Not for that specific moment where I'm just shaking in a car seat. Be like, "Don't take me home. I have an hour." It's because there's a timer on your GPS, and I was like, "I only have an hour left with my friends. I only have 45 minutes left with my friends. I only have 30 minutes left with my friends."
Yeah, the counter does make it a little bit more daunting.
I don't like a countdown. I don't like the countdown timer to the new year of no friend have.
No.
But hey, as I always say, it's never a goodbye. It's always until we meet again. Because we'll
Yeah,
meet again at some point. It'll always happen.
it was. Me, Chill, and Buck were just like 3-way hugging in the middle of my driveway while people like were mowing their yards in the distance. And I was just like,
Yep.
"Oh,
So- and we don't give a fuck.
no, absolutely not. I miss y'all very much. But it was
We
so
did get a
much fun.
little excitement of reuniting a dog that had wandered away from
This is
their
true.
house.
That was very sweet. Their name was Bo.
Just kind of
It was funny.
appeared, and we are just like, oh, okay, dog.
Okay, dog,
It's like,
You do
hi.
your thing, dog.
you do your
It
thing.
was a little French bulldog, and we're just like, hi. And we saw that it had a tag, and then all of a sudden I heard someone yell, Bo. And I'm just like, oh, where's that coming from?
Yeah.
Like, I heard it.
Coffee said, just a gaggle of gays crying in the driveway.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just some gagging gays.
Would you want it any other way?
No.
Exactly.
I'm glad y'all stalled a little bit longer and we got like lunch and everything, and it was just like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, we can do lunch. It works.
Also, chat, I don't know if y'all know this, but Kello is very nimble. Like me, I klutz my way around, but Kello is nimble, like pulling maneuvers. Like when we were at the dealer's den, he was pulling maneuvers that I don't think anyone at our height was able to pull. And after he was done pulling some maneuvers, he's like, "Oh, I work at a restaurant." I'm like, "That makes a lot of sense." Because you're dodging platters and chefs and people walking around.
Behind.
Yep. Behind, in front, like
Hot.
any hot food hands, hot soup. Like when other people are yelling
Sharp.
hot soup though, I still like yell something just to get out of the way. I yell like, when I hear somebody selling like hot hands, I just yell room temperature hands, cold hands won't hurt you. Just like get out of my way.
Or just the good old Brendan Rodgers. Move, bitch, I'm gay.
Move, bitch.
Brandon Rogers has like some good quotes, and some of them. One of my favorites are from Cornbread.
Where was that one I sent you, Buck, where it was just like
I'm trying to
them
remember.
yelling
Yeah.
and then somebody throws something. It's like, who assaulted me with a chalupa? It's like, you got no husband. It's like, that's why I fuck yours.
That's so good.
I think my favorite was with Bryce when she's like, "Hold on, Donovan, I see a gay boy. It doesn't get better."
It doesn't get better. Oh,
All these demons running around. The whole hallway smells like. Oh.
the whole hallway
It
smells like
it
cum.
smells like cool.
Cum. You put some southern twang at cum.
Tell us
Now,
all
if you
your
want to put some
dexterity
southern
quiz.
twang on it, you got to add like 2 or 3 syllables to every word.
You gotta add, you do. That's the southern drawl right there. It's cum.
You're-
God damn.
God damn.
You also gotta say hello instead of hello.
Grandpa wakes up
Hello.
covered in wrapping paper and he goes, "Fuck, I've been jingle jangled."
Fucking
That's
Fuck,
awesome.
I've been jingle jangled.
No, I will say, coffee. The dexterity was never there. It was never there. I never had that dexterity.
It's okay, Twiz. We need more busters in the restaurant so I can bring you in and then teach you the ways.
I'm fine where I'm at. I'd rather deal with
No.
kindergartners.
No.
I'd rather deal with the kindergartners going 6-7, 6-7.
well, I mean,
than
mo-
going.
Most of our guests are like 80 to 90 and they act like kindergartners, so that works. They're just slower.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, it's just a bunch of boomers. like our restaurant's been there for over 40 years, so like most of the people that go there are people that have been going there for the past 50 years.
Huh.
The
Interesting.
math doesn't math.
No, well, it used to not be an Olive Garden before that. It was a Mexican
Oh,
place, so they've been going at
there
it
you go.
long
Alright.
before it's been an Olive Garden, or at least they've known that this building sells food
I'm
for
with you now.
since
Oh, it's
the
an Olive
80s.
Garden?
Yeah, it currently is.
Them breadsticks. Them breadsticks are good.
I had to make
Italian
400.
Applebee's.
I had to make 400 last week on one day, just constantly while training somebody.
I love that TikTok of someone calling all these chain restaurants different types of Applebee's.
I've started
Yeah,
doing that at
wait.
work.
Applebee's.
Really? Then what's Taco Bell? Mexican Applebee's?
Mexican Applebee's.
No,
Yep,
that's Chili's.
That's Chili's, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, true.
And
then
I'm
what's
I think she was only naming like the sit down
Yeah.
restaurants.
Oh.
Taco Bell's
What about
Mexican
CC's?
McDonald's.
Yeah.
what about Cece's Pizza then?
CC's,
Pizza Applebee's?
CC's Pizza is Italian McDonald's.
I thought that was Fazoli's.
What's Fazoli's? Isn't that
What
guy
is
from Has Been
Fazoli's?
Hotel? Or
It's
Hell
fast
of a
food
Boss?
Italian.
Okay, first off, it's hell of a boss.
Hell,
Oh,
Yeah,
the rolls from Texas Roadhouse with the cinnamon butter.
Oh, those are good.
I'm going there. I'm going there tonight.
Okay. When you said Texas
Nice.
Roadhouse, like
Nice.
Yeah.
when you said Texas Roadhouse, I thought it was that killer. But then I was
Roadhouse.
like, wait, no, that's Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
God.
Texas Roadhouse Massacre.
What else was there in that?
Coco's
Like-
staring at me. What do I do?
Like Olive Garden was Italian Applebee's.
You look back, but fiercely.
Fiercely. Beginning.
Cheesecake Factory was fancy Applebee's or something like that, or a special occasion Applebee's.
Yeah. I went to a
And-
Cheesecake Factory for the first time last year.
Guys, it's
like-
not working.
It's good.
It's good.
Like
It's
the
expensive.
food's good. Portions are huge.
Mhm.
The slices of cheesecake are wonderful.
Yeah. Cheesecake Factory is fucking
Great-
expensive. It
great
really is
kid.
expensive.
There is a slice of cheesecake there, I think, that has over 2,000 calories in it.
Oh,
Just one
fuck.
slice.
Oh, fuck.
One slice.
Yeah.
That's a nutrient brick.
Um,
That's like a space nutrient brick.
and then there's Cracker Barrel,
Yep.
which is Jim Crow
I
Applebee's.
heard that. Forgot about that one.
Yep.
Oh.
We never forget Jim Crow.
Never forget Jim Crow.
Never
No, it's true though. It's true. It's very true. Because I feel as soon as you get on the property, you can feel the racism. You can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel the MAGA seeping out of the
Oh.
woodwork.
They charge extra for the racism on the receipt.
And that's enough talk of politics because otherwise we'd have to change some tags on this stream so that way Twitch doesn't get upset.
Tagged Jim Crow Applebee's on the street.
In Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
They don't even make the cheesecake in house. That doesn't surprise me.
No, of course not.
They don't. Bunch of
I was gonna
phonies.
I know all the desserts at Olive Garden is just stuff that arrives frozen and then they kind of like thaw it out in the refrigerator and then slice
Yep.
it up and serve it.
Yep. Well, we
I
don't
know.
slice it. We don't. Well, we
Oh,
slice.
it's pre-sliced.
We slice the tiramisu. All the other ones we just kind of like rip in half.
The
'Cause-
chocolate lasagna?
Yeah, it comes pre-sliced.
It comes what?
Pre-sliced.
It's already cut into serving portions, so all
Yeah.
they have to do is thaw it and then put it on a plate.
Well, we take it apart when it's frozen because it's easier to handle that way, and then put it on a plate, put it in the refrigerator. It thaws itself and serve.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna do some risky moves. I'm gonna pick up Coco, and I'm gonna take her outside because she's just not budging.
I'll get your will
All
ready.
right.
You'll get what ready?
Your will.
Yes, please get my will ready for this Yorkshire Terrier that will surely rip me apart with no teeth.
which is on a
Hardly any teeth.
You gotta gum you to
which is
death.
on an absurdly large scroll of paper and written all in invisible ink.
Yeah.
And I give my bass clarinet to Chill Plains. I'm kidding. Please don't take my bass clarinet. That's my baby.
Can I have it?
No.
I wanna.
Joke about blowing a large thing of wood. Anyways,
There we go.
You can do that with any other woodwind. Literally, we're soaking on reeds. What? It's already wood. The joke's already written. Why would you need my bass clarinet for that?
Blowing some wind into my wood.
most
All right,
desserts at
Kokomoka.
restaurants are the same 5 items from Cisco. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard that. It's like all these different chain restaurants all order the same desserts and just call them different things on their menus.
We're getting a hot honey chicken appetizer at Olive Garden next month, or this. I think next month.
Ooh.
What? Why?
It doesn't taste like Italian at all, but it does taste good. So I'm like, fuck it.
Is Olive Garden even Italian at this point?
It's American Italian. So
American-
like,
yeah.
it's just
like
American.
How, it's like how Panda Express is American Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like for a
I
while
mean, that
there,
orange chicken do be good.
I don't get the hot honey
I
chicken.
like
It's
hot
fine.
honey.
Like it's good. Like
I've put it on my pizza before. It's really
Hot honey?
yeah, hot
Yep.
honey, like spicy honey.
Is it good on the pizza?
Put it on like a
what kind of
slice of
pizza?
pepperoni.
No twist. It's terrible.
That's why everybody likes it. Everybody likes it ironically.
Is it the same
Yes.
thing as tahini where everyone just likes it ironically?
Tahini's
I haven't
good.
touched tahini. Oh, tahini. I heard tahini. I'm like, that's completely different.
Yeah,
I didn't say tahini, I said tahini.
tahini's
I know.
good.
That's why my brain had to slow
Not
the
the
fuck down there
tahini.
for a moment.
tahini.
'Cause
Ain't that girl
tahini is
from
a
Good
s-
Place?
It's a, it's a sesame paste, kind of like
The
loose
street?
peanut butter.
Oh yeah.
Tahini's used a lot in like Mediterranean and Middle Eastern.
Not to be confused with
Cuisines.
tzatziki.
Tzatziki is delicious.
Tize
Tzatziki is very
Tizaikai.
delicious.
You sell hot honey at the cheese shop you work at. It sells so well. I don't know, just something sweet and spicy just to
Yeah.
add to something savory.
It's not bad. The
But the
chicken.
question is, are you a gyro girly or a Euro girly? A gyro girly or a Euro girly?
Hero.
They're gyros. Gyros.
Heroes.
I like saying gyro because it makes people mad.
Not chill rage baiting.
I should do that
Who
one
cares,
day.
man? It's just a food.
I should do that when I work
I
in
mean,
the
it is
kitchen one
food.
day, where I just mispronounce every single one of our dishes to the cooks and servers who are trying to get them from me.
I need that chicken parmesan.
It's like,
And here is your
Lasagna.
serving of Barriades DX.
can I get the chicken ganache soup? So Zupa Tuscany?
Or the how would you mispronounce minestrone?
Mindstrom.
Mindstrom.
Oh no, that gave me psychic damage. I hated it.
Minestrone.
Well, the thing is, I'm mispronouncing them as a bit, but I've heard guests call them all of these things because they don't know
Yep.
what it's called.
But I bet it's kind of funny though.
Oh yeah, I just like, well, at a certain point you like can't joke about it because they're genuinely trying, and if I laugh at them for mispronouncing it, I'm being rude, so I just say the correct pronunciation and then move on. I'm just like, oh, would you like
Right.
this? And then they're like, oh, okay, and then
the
they learn a
chicken
thing.
ganache is like, oh, the chicken gnocchi?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the chicken gnocchi, yeah, I got you. But then I have to like pause every once in a while. It's like, what's on the chicken Alfredo? Chicken and Alfredo. Actually.
It's kind of similar to how when the kids throw a tantrum at school, I can't laugh at them because then they're going to get even more upset, and the kids are going to start laughing at them. So I gotta like sometimes just gotta leave the room,
Yeah. So
or
you
not
don't-
leave the room, but just cover my mouth so they don't see me smiling.
I had to do that to my nephew a few months ago because he came in pretty upset, like when I was babysitting him one day. And I was like, what's wrong? And he was like, I'm just thinking about school. I'm like, what happened at school? And he's like, a guy called me a skibbity loser. I'm like, oh my God. He was so mad. He was so mad. And I was like, I couldn't laugh.
It's just you're just telling yourself this isn't funny. This is fucking hysterical, but this isn't
I know.
It's
funny.
not funny. It's
I
like,
know.
what did I say to him? I was just like, well, you know who's the real skibbity loser? Him for calling you that.
I do remember one of our kids. They were crying coming into like it was in the morning, so they were coming in the classroom. They were crying. They were like, "Mr. Dude, I'm so sad." I'm like, "What's wrong?" And she was like, "Someone called me a skibbity sigma, and I'm not a skibbity sigma." And I'm like, "No, you are not."
No,
All right, don't laugh. Don't laugh at this girl. She already broke her arm twice. Don't laugh at this girl.
Oh.
Oh no, that's
Oh no.
on top of that, she got called a skibbity sigma on top of the arm breakage. That's
Oh.
that's just insult to injury.
Goodness.
I mean, getting her arm
It's the
broken is
same
sigma
arm.
behavior, but like, you know, we don't tell that to her face.
I mean, she low key she is a mean girl though. So I'm like, well, in the back of my mind, I'm like, you kind of deserved it. She's
Okay.
low key a mean girl,
Oh, okay, you kind
So
of
it's
are
like-
sigma.
kind of.
Definitely skibbity, mostly
Oh
sigma.
my gosh.
Oh, these kids and their newfangled vocabulary.
I love saying 6'7" to people at work and then just watch them be exasperated with me because it does get me out of a lot of conversations that I don't want to be a part of.
6'7". It's
6'7".
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Listen, we had a graduation walk with the seniors at Southwest, and the seniors were trying to get all of our kindergartners to say 6'7", and they were doing a hand motion and everything. And it worked. They were all starting to say it. And you know what I had to deal with all day after getting them to stop saying it?
Mm.
Just guess. What do you think? What do you think we heard all day?
6'7".
Yep.
6'7".
9/11.
9/11.
Goddamn. Every time.
And then there was like some kids that were like 8, 9, and I'm like, no, that's not gonna catch on. It's not gonna catch
You
on.
gotta elevate.
I'm trying to make fetch a thing, Gretchen.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's how you teach.
what-
That's how you teach young kids how to count. 1, 2, 3,
What's
4,
funnier than
5, 6.
24?
A, B, C, D, F, G.
I just think the funny thing is that even if they do know 6'7", some of them can't count to 67. Literally, you think I'm joking, but some of them can't count to 67.
You gotta build them up to the meme. That's why you do the counting meme up to 6, 7, then you stop. It's like you don't need to learn anymore.
The curriculum says they need to learn how to count to 100.
That's too much. That's too much.
Is it too much?
It's so much. I can't count to 6, 7. And look at me. Zebra cake stuffed into an open wound. I turned out fine.
You did turn out fine, Kelly. You turned out amazing.
Thank you.
And look at me on the other hand.
You got Wingstop. You turned out great.
You know what? I can't even be mad at that.
Yeah, you can't refute that. It's Wingstop.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna.
Bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with my homie.
That is one kid's vocal stem, but he says it wrong every time.
6'7", 6'7", chicken and
Adorable.
macaroni,
Oh, wow.
chilling with my Sigmas.
Now he doesn't say all that now.
Not gonna be chilling with the Sigmas?
No,
Damn.
he do not be chilling with the Sigmas.
What the fuck? What the fuck, man?
Oh wait, that's right. I have to post this. I have to post my new ref sheet with the updated color scheme. Because Dreamer said, Twiz, before you start on any art crime, you need to work on your ref sheet. I'm like, well, what if I just prolonged it? It's like, I'm never going to let you live it down. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to risk that. So I guess I'm going to have to work on it.
You're gonna have to.
Well, I already finished it. It's just more so I have to post it.
Excellent, excellent.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh wait, wrong thing. Put that over there.
Lovely.
How about
What you doing, Kello?
I'm just setting some stuff up.
Oh my,
Ah.
you setting things up.
I'm just setting some stuff up for the sake of setting it up.
I see.
Just a little bit of
Okay.
captures.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
A little bit this, a little bit that.
You can get with this, or you can get with that.
Use that.
You can get
You
with
can do it
this, or you
this,
can get
or
with
you can
that.
get with that.
If you can't handle me at my Sigma, you don't deserve me at my Skibbity.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, no, I hit play on something and I just nearly deafened myself.
I thought you were talking about what Kella just said. What
Oh shoot.
did this-
Ah! Don't worry about it. I forgot how to do anything. Let's players. My OBS is all different now, so I don't know how to do anything personally.
What are you trying to do?
I don't know. I'm trying to capture my CSP.
You're trying to capture Clip Studio Paint?
Yeah. But I see
It should be-
captures. Um,
It should be under. Are you doing a window capture?
I don't know.
Oh wait, I just realized you already ascended some demons. It looked like,
I
or
ascended.
some look ascended.
I ascended Bucks. Bucks is the only ascended.
Oh,
I don't think anybody else ascended before I stopped streaming all those eons ago.
All those eons ago.
All those eons ago. Look at Finn just sitting there. I was gonna say bouncing on it, but that I wanted to say something cuter. So I'm glad I didn't say that.
Oh my god.
I'm glad I didn't say that.
But you just did.
No, I didn't. I'm glad I stopped myself before I said it. That would have been embarrassing. You
Didn't
look
you
so
just
cute.
say it?
No. Let the record show. Clip that. It won't hold up in the court of law.
Oh yeah. Have you guys seen Madoka Magica?
Gesundheit?
Madoka Magica with the witch forms and all that.
Can't say I have.
Hello?
A long time ago.
Can this be my witch? Can the spring demon be my witch?
I mean, it can be. Like, I can
Yay.
theme another character or ascend your spring demon.
I'm just like saying, I just like to imagine the Spring Demon is like my witch form kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
That show it's a good show. I just like the Spring Demon so much. I kind of don't want to ascend him, but I kind of would be like, I want to see Kello's like character design muscles.
I would love to, because like I do love that design. That's why I'm like, when Chill gave me the choice between like I rolled a dice for either Wicker Witch or the level 1 slime, but like the idea of not seeing the Wicker Witch on screen, I was like, oh man, like I gotta see. What if the next design isn't as good?
Holy cow, Buck's a literal mountain.
Oh yeah, Buck's the biggest thing on screen, I think.
But can we scale the mountain? Can I scale that mountain? Please?
Please, 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 please.
Pretty please?
I mean, you're welcome to try.
What do you mean welcome to try? I feel like he'd be friendly enough to let me scale. Would he?
Probably.
Source.
I just saw Chaos's demon. That's funny.
Chaos is the beetle. I designed him off of the beetles from Nausicaa. Those like giant bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. That's not supposed to be where it's supposed to be. I'll have to ask. The only reason I'm struggling is because Navir helped me overhaul my whole OBS, and this is my first time actually functioning with it.
Gotcha.
And I figured like, oh, I might as well not just jump into it and just figure it out as I go.
Mhm.
Let's just doodle a little bit. What should I doodle?
Yeah, let's just doodle.
Why is my stabilization so high? Wait. It's still so high. I didn't even hit it. There you go.
Chat, give Kello some ideas to doodle. When in doubt, make a scrunkly Kello.
I'm all scrunkled. Let's see, because let me find the file of Scruff. Demons, OBS, where are you at? That's what we're ascending today. Or at least gonna be attempting to. I forgot how doofy his face was. I've seen him from so far away for so long that I forgot what the details were.
It does look a bit doofy, but we love it.
I love the doof. I love the scruff doof.
I also like how slow moving he is.
He's level 1. He's starter area enemy.
Then what's level 10?
I don't know, because that's what we're gonna try to make. I think Scruff's gonna have like an actual body, like slime dripping off into the puddle. Ooh, maybe it's like a big like slime blob, but then the head is like halfway through it, like right there somewhere.
Ooh, I like where this is going.
Then maybe. No, wait, I don't want to give this head ears. I want to keep that in the blob.
Meaty!
Hey, Meaty! It's been
Hi,
a
Meaty.
while. Hey, Meaty, let me get you
Look
a
at that
shout
Durg.
out.
Look at that Durgan.
Look at that Durgan. Get that Durgan sharded out.
But he doesn't stream.
Doesn't Meaty not stream? Oh, shit.
No, I don't think they do.
Well, Go
Silly.
follow Media on socials. They're a fantastic artist.
Very fantastic. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good friend and bean.
You've been sharded out.
No, not sharded out. Ugh.
That's disgusting.
Ooh, I kind of like this. Like the ears are kind of floating separate. You've been sharded out. I want to get rid of your bottom jaw and have it like all this scruff like dripping into itself. Go a little bit more horror themed with a level 10. Because if it goes this hard at level 10, I can go absolutely buck wild if you ascend this thing again.
Oh wow, that you know what, that is true. Hope y'all doing well. We doing pretty well, Meaty. Or at least I think I'm doing okay. I finally updated the rev, so Dreamer can stop holding it against me. And also, Chill, I'm sorry I didn't bring a lanyard at Flaw. You should have ripped up the badge then and there. For such
Why would you do
heresy.
that?
I know. But it would have been funny.
No, it wouldn't have.
I was gonna say, why would it have been funny?
I mean, situational comedy, man.
That would have been very sad.
And
I feel like everybody would be sad about that.
It would, but it would kind of be like, I don't know. I guess if it was like a cartoon where there wouldn't be any like real consequences, it would have been funny.
Or an emotional consequence.
I guess. Either way, I still feel like it came out great, so thank you again.
The shape's right. Shouldn't have you facing right or left. How many of y'all are facing right or left? I've been trying to keep track of that. Like, alternate every time I make a new... Wait, no. Which way is the level 1 slime facing? They're going to the right, so I'm gonna... Okay, so fine. Wait, where even are you? You're going so slow. I think you're behind me. There you are.
You are, you little son of a bitch.
Hurry up!
Oh, I see him now. I mean, he's a slime. You think he's gonna move fast?
Product of my own design. Make the hair. Keep all the features, but just move them around a little. Let's do a second.
Wait, does Meaty have a demon?
I don't think Meaty has a demon.
Meaty, why don't you have a demon?
I do not think Meaty's gotten a demon yet.
Probably just hasn't redeemed the points.
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah.
If they have them.
I don't know. What if I were to give points to make Meaty a demon?
I mean, it's already been redeemed once today, so.
Okay. Oh, I do have the points. Yay!
Yay! I was wondering, because I know I've seen Meaty in streams off and on. So I feel like they would have enough points, because I know there's like one other person that I think doesn't have a demon that comes in the stream a lot. I just think I didn't have enough for them before. Oh, okay, fair. Because I think for a while there I like lowered the price because not a lot of people were getting it. I was like, I want more of my friends to be demons. Why is the music not playing?
Oh, there's supposed to be music.
There we go.
Guessing just need to be turned on in the scene.
It should be playing now.
Yes, I hear it.
Okay. Is the volume good enough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sick. Oh, no, come back. Sippy sippy. Bum. I feel like this looks higher than a level 10. I might give you like 15.
This looks higher than level 10?
Maybe it's level
Level
10.
10 is relative. It's relative at least.
Oh yeah, it's all just power scaling. Strong in this universe. I'm gonna still give you the doofy eyes though. Big doofies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the doofy eyes add a lot. I want to draw the other ear. Try to make it perfect. Get over here. You. Albie, thank you for the pets.
Wait, is that the... Yep, it's Al. Al!
Oh,
Oh, well,
Albie, how you doing? Get a shout out for Albie, please.
hey,
Subnautica. Good times on to you. How you doing? I live allergies are not as bad today. My chest is only partially broken. That's good.
what?
Why was your chest broken? I know about the allergies, but the chest?
The chest broken? Wait, what? Al? Al? Is there something you're not telling us? Just remember, there's a there's a wolf bear in here. There's another wolf bear in here.
And I'll send you to hell.
Well, we're already in hell.
No. Read the wiki.
Is this the wiki?
No.
Where is your wiki?
I should make a wiki of like all the lore I have for this fucking place.
Say, Twiz, when was the last time you had some water?
This ain't about me. This is about Alberio saying that his chest is partially broken. This ain't about me.
So much before yesterday, and yesterday my chest was very sore. Oh, geez. Today's better. That's fantastic. I'm glad.
But like I said, but this is not about me. We're concerned about Alberio. Is this for the safety of Alberio? This is not about me.
So he probably strained some muscles in his ribs or something. All the sneezing and such.
There we go. That fixes it. I was over.
I gotta check on laundry real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you're also doing laundry, bug?
Hope he doesn't fall in.
I hope he doesn't fall in either. I hope no one falls in.
I hope some people fall in.
Why do you want some people to fall in?
Some people deserve to fall in.
I don't think people deserve to fall in, Kello. That's just my humble opinion. Do you doubt that humble opinion?
Yeah.
Can you give me at least an example of someone that deserves to fall in? It better not be me.
Hold on, I gotta think again then.
Wow. That Kello saying, yes, Twiz, I want you to fall in the washing machine.
Not forever. Just like a quick dip of the toe in the spin cycle.
I don't want to go for a quick dip with in the spin cycle.
Why not?
It seems painful. Also, Coco is snoring now. She fell asleep.
Aw. Baby.
Okay. Laundry is done drying, so I'm gonna try to get that folded before I go to rehearsal. So I'll leave VC for now, but I'll keep watching stream.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good time at rehearsal later.
Bye,
See y'all in
Buck.
chat.
Everybody.
Bye. Bye. Everyone follow Twiz right now. Yeah, everybody follow Twiz.
Wait, this ain't about me. Why are we following me so suddenly?
This stream was all a ruse to get people to follow Twiz.
No, we should follow you, if anything.
I'm not even a streamer. How would you follow me?
What are you doing right now? What is this right now?
Drawing.
This is streaming. We are streaming.
I don't think so.
Yes, we are.
This is networking.
Networking. not the corpo speak. No, this is not networking. It's a commercial. Yes, this is a commercial for Alberio Asteros.
Yeah.
You should all follow Alberio. You should do it. Because if you want a good teacher, mentor, and just an overall positive person to be around, a positive wolf bird, one of them is Bug and the other one is Alberio. You should follow Alberio. Don't follow me. I'm a dumpster fire. What are you doing?
Just gonna leave that there for a little bit.
No, put it away.
Just gonna leave that there for a little bit.
Put it away. Put it away.
Just gonna leave that
Put
there
it
for a little
away.
bit. Just gonna leave that there for a little bit. Just
Kello?
gonna leave that there for a little bit.
Put it away.
Just gonna-
Kello, put it away. Kello?
Okay, I'll put it away. Wait, come on. There. I put it away.
Lowering the opacity does not count. Put it away.
Okay, there you go. It's gone.
No, it's not. It's just so fake.
That's the same thing.
It's just transparent. I mean, it's transparent.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
It is not the same thing.
Yeah. You got it.
Chat, can you believe this?
It's KT1. It's KT2.
I don't see what you're talking about, Twiz. It's just a drawing on the screen. You do not see the transparent follow Twiz that's right behind the drawing?
Oh, you want me to put follow Twiz on screen? Okay.
No! No! This is not about me. This is your stream, Kello. Why are we advertising me on a Kello Hound stream? Okay, first off, oh, Twiz, you want us to follow you, sailors? That's not what I said.
Yeah.
Listen, Kello.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
In chat, I'd like for you to participate as well. I need you to look at your address bar. Okay? It says twitch.tv/KelloHound. Oh, that's a... Kello,
What's up?
what are you doing?
Nothing. Just drawing.
What are you doing? Kello,
Just drawing. You know what I mean? You're just trying to like draw a little drawing.
Kello.
I just got to do the line art. I'm almost done.
Don't think I don't see that.
Let's see what.
I see what you're doing.
Let's see it.
I see it. Stop it. Okay, anyway, look at your address bar. It says twitch.tv/KelloHound. KelloHound. Did that spell Twiz to you? Oh my god, Buck. This is not illustrating the point I'm trying to make here. I think you pick up my address bar because I'm scared, so you can see what it says.
I mean, y'all could just check the title of the stream.
What did you do? Official. Oh my god. Ow. I'll literally put Twisted Tune in his address bar. Man. Listen, change the title this instant.
Change. Okay.
Do you change it?
I'm about to. There you go.
What did you do? Oh my god. Hello.
What's up? What's going on?
I will art crime you and you know I'll do it.
Oh, wait,
Chill.
I'll change it then.
Yeah.
Please be the voice of reason here.
I ain't doing shit.
What do you mean you're not doing shit? Please?
Twiz is innocent, or Chill is innocent. Look at them over
Yes,
there.
I am innocent.
They're
I am
literally.
innocent of being bullied.
They haven't seen any of this. Chill's facing the opposite direction. They haven't noticed any of this.
Well, make them face the other way. Make them face the other way. Turn around.
Hold on, I think I can. No, I can't. Never mind.
Well, let's push for art crimes. Oh my god. Hello. This is not your stream. This is not my stream. This is your stream.
I don't stream.
Then what are we doing right now?
Drawing.
On Twitch. On your stream.
I mean, I have a Twitch, but that's just like involuntary muscle spasms.
Oh my god. Hello, I wish I could rip off jokes like you do, to be honest. Buck, you're a mod. Change the title this instant. Change the title. I'm pretty sure a good majority of the people in the chat already follow me, so this is a moot point.
Ooh. Chill, how do you like this for Scruff?
I think it looks sick.
Yeah? Okay. I was thinking of putting like a brain, like looking up a brain and putting it like right here. Unless you have an idea.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it, man.
Okay. Unless you have an idea of what would be on Scruff's mind more, and then I can just put that in his head because that would like be like the slime ingested something that he like is obsessed with and likes to keep.
I like
it.
that idea.
So if there's something that Scruff would like obsess over and have it floating around in his head, that'd be fun too. Otherwise, I'll do a brain. I've not been reading chat at all. Ad starts in 31 seconds, everybody.
They're not saying anything. Meaty's saying you should follow Kello. That's exactly what he says.
Nobody follow me. You can't follow me. I don't stream.
Then what are you doing right now?
We've been over this. I'm drawing.
You're drawing on your stream.
I'm drawing on Clip Studio Paint.
You're drawing on Clip Studio Paint on twitch.tv/KelloHound. And don't you dare say, no, I'm streaming on Clip Studio Paint on Twitch, on twitch.tv/TwistTheTune, because you're not.
I am. I stole
That's
your,
not what that says.
I stole your account information and changed it.
What?
Yeah.
You did what?
I stole your account and then I changed your entire OBS setup to be my OBS setup.
Okay, I'm gonna tell on you. I'm gonna tell the teacher on you. Mr. Alberio! Mr. Alberio! I actually have my Twitch account stolen too. Yes. Oh my god. Al.
I'm going to hop out because I'm going to go get ready for dinner with my mom.
Okay.
For late Mother's Day dinner.
Oh, lovely.
I
Hope y'all
hope
have a
it's
good time.
I hope it's a great dinner.
Thank you for
Bye.
stopping in.
Love you both. You.
Love you.
Love you too, Chill. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now it's just you and me.
Yeah, me and the streamer.
Hey, girl, this ain't even my stream.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell on you, Mr. Oberio. Oh no, the ads got him.
Ads got him. Well, I forgot that now they have that like little hip screen above the chat now when there's an ad, so you can still technically watch the stream if you like make it bigger and turn on the sound.
Yeah, but they can't hear us.
Yeah, they can. Like if you
They can?
in that little pip window, if you full screen it and then you have the option to unmute it. So you can mute.
Oh.
It's like a weird roundabout way where you can mute the ad, bring up that pip window, unmute that, but then when the ad turns off, it doesn't revert everything back to the way it was. So you have to close that, or unmute the ad that is now the stream, and then delete the little pip window. So it's like a little roundabout way. Be nice to Twiz. Oh wait, you're promoting your friend? I see nothing wrong here. Continue. Thank you.
No! Ow! Do you not see the issue? Hold on, I'm gonna tattle on you like my kindergartners do. Mr. Alberio, Kello mean. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I want to stop it. I told him to stop it.
This is what happens when I support my friends. What the hell?
No.
I can't believe that you don't like when friends support each other.
I do like when friends support each other, but literally some of the kindergartners will be like, someone's being nice to them and they're helping them out, and then they'll just tattle.
Well, yeah.
It's like, it was...
Kindergartners love just feeling their feelings.
They do be feeling them big feelings.
I want to make one eye bigger than the other one. Just have like
That would be actually really funny.
you have like it's like squunched up. Change the eyebrows a little bit to make them match a little bit better.
Match like the original or match like what's going on in this drawing?
More like the original, because I had them where they're like little, like, handlebar mustache looking things, but the original eyebrows are more like that. So like just moving these three things forward a little bit just to make it the shape language be the same.
Gotcha.
Good either way. This side needs to be poofed. Days of thunder, living in the days of... Welcome back from the ad, everybody.
I'm sorry you'll have to deal with the ads.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't streamed in a while, so everybody, all the subs I had are gone, understandably. Nobody is safe from the ads anymore, the way I like it. Teaches them to stop throwing stuff at me.
Well, they stop throwing stuff at you, but they can still jostle you.
This is true. So many
Like
ads.
this.
No! God, I can't believe the streamer of the stream would do this to me.
This ain't my stream. This is not my stream. Oh, don't act like you don't like being jostled.
I don't. It's
You
bad.
don't.
Wait.
Wah. Wah. Oh, I drew this. I kind of like this. This is going. I like this a lot better than. I think this is a good Evo so far.
I think it's a good evolution too.
Not going too crazy, and I can see myself. I think I've given myself enough wiggle room to like evolve it again if it ever gets
If
ascended.
we ever make the decision.
Yeah. Because if Chill does another ascend, it'll probably be for Wicker Witch, which I have some ideas for. Because I kind of want to make his tail into like a full, like, not a full dragon, but kind of like a little baby dragon. Like it's kind of like has like tiny wings, but I want to expand the wings. Ugh. Stop spinning my meat scales. Meat
But those are
scales.
some mad skills. Look how skillful he's spitting the meat.
So dexterous. Does that with a hot dog before putting it in a jukebox and then hitting it like the Fonz.
I'm trying my best not to fall asleep. I try my best not to take a nap.
Why do you need not to take a nap?
I'm afraid I won't be able to go to sleep tonight if I do.
Oh, that's fair. Are we in the same time zone?
I think so. I'm in Eastern.
Oh no, you're an hour ahead of me.
Oh. Are you Central?
Yeah.
So it's about 3 o'clock for you?
It just turned 3.
It's about 4:01 for me.
401. Okay. Because I don't think I know anybody else in. There's probably some people that are in Central, but not a lot.
Mm.
Stabilization. The future looks bright because Unity needs it in it. Aww.
Aww.
Love you, Albie.
We love the Alberio.
Thank you for being on Twizz's stream back.
This is not even Trendy.
Trendy. Hey, Trendy.
It has been far too long, Trendy. How are you? I just want to point out this is not my stream. This is Kello's stream.
Thank you for coming to Twiz Welcome Back stream.
This is not my stream. I streamed earlier this morning.
And then again, you're so dedicated to the craft.
I have not. Girl. I did have to stop stream early. I did have to stop streaming early this morning because my tablet wouldn't. It would turn on, but my computer wouldn't register it.
Oh, that sucks.
That does suck. But luckily, I have my iPad, so even if it doesn't work, I'm so happy I was able to catch Twitch stream because I'm always working mini streams and I hate it. Well, ow, this ain't in my stream. I miss Twiz. You stream when I'm asleep. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I stream in the fucking ass crack in the morning.
You're streaming right now. What are you talking about?
I'm not streaming right now.
I gotta look up a
Please
picture.
ignore the title.
I gotta look up pictures of human brains. 1 second.
Hopefully you put the like SFW on it to make sure you don't get like anything like inappropriate.
Oh, someone getting brain.
Not even that, just like a smushed brain or something.
Oh, that's true. Pinky and the brain. Also good to see you. It's good to see you too. Thank you for stopping by. It's been a second. Where are all the brains facing the wrong direction? Ooh, if I do put a brain in here, the next evolution could have like more organs floating around in the slime, make it more body horror-y.
Ooh.
More goopy. See you live. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been, good lord, I think it's been like a full year since I've streamed. I think maybe I streamed once or twice after that, but like I feel like it's been a full year.
Are you thinking about going back back at it? Not as hard as last time, but just going back at it.
Yeah, I would like to, because it is a lot of fun, and I think I just got to a point where I don't know if I just got burnt out on it or what have you, but I just couldn't do it anymore.
I mean, it could be a combination of things. It could have been like burnout. It also could have been like, you know, lack of motivation, or things were just getting busy where that was just the last thing you wanted to do.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of got to the point where like I was foregoing a lot of hobbies in general, so like a lot of it was just stress and like the ADHD urge to just stare at a wall and disassociate for a while.
Oh yeah.
and then like, oh, I have so many things I would love to do, but when you start, it's just like, this feels like nails.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I think I might actually take this nap. I'm sorry, Hello.
No, it's all good. Go get yourself some rest. Thank you for stopping by.
Okay. No problem. Thank you for letting me be here, Kello.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
All right, everyone, please go follow Kello.
Go follow Twiz.
No, this ain't about me. But I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Bye. Stream ending? Yeah, Twiz left stream. Now stream ending. Get rid of that. For anyone who doesn't know, Chill redeemed an Ascend demon. I think it's been a while since I've talked about it, but like I have a redeem in my stream where you can become a demon, and you'll send me your OC, and I'll have him run around in the background. But since I have so many at this point, I have a new redeem for people that already have demons that can ascend or regress them, so I can turn them into the baby version of themselves or a higher version of themselves, depending on if you want to re-roll, basically re-roll your design. And right now, Chill redeemed Ascend on one of their first ones, which is this little guy, level 1 slime of their OC Scruff. So I'm turning them into a level 10 slime. I'm going to replace Scruff on stream. So if you like your current design, don't ascend them. Offering of Souls. I forgot about that. Sleepy Thorn, hello. Welcome on in. Hold on, responding to messages. You sleepy? Sleepy? Salutations! How you doing, Sleepy? I gotta go through my... I forgot I had a tally on my phone of everyone who's ever redeemed that. I have plans for that. Anyway. Who has redeemed Offering of Souls the most since I've been streaming? That has been Zaster. With the second most being Chill. And then... Oh, there you go. Buck, you've now redeemed it 3 times. Thank you for the offering. Thank you for throwing your money into a pit for me. I really appreciate it. You can't hear the ominous droning in the background, I don't think. Wait, no, you should be able to. If I get this done before the next ad break, which I might, honestly, I got the line art done, then I might switch to a game. I don't know what game. I heard Subnautica 2 is only $30, so I might actually try that. I feel like that would freak me out, but I'm feeling good today. It's less than $20? I thought it was 30. Hold on. It's less than 30. Oh shit, hold on. Let me check. It's $29.99. It's like 26-ish. Why are you lying to me? Subnautica. Subnautica 1 is $8. But the thing is, I'll add that to my wish list. It's $7. I know a lot about Subnautica 1. I've never played it, but I've watched so many playthroughs of it. I've yet to play Subnautica. If you have a fear of the ocean, then don't. But if you, I mean, it's going to be scary regardless because it's meant to be, but like, it looks like a lot of fun. I have so many games. I don't know what to play. I kind of wanted to get my Switch capture card working, or get a Switch 2 and play the new Tomodachi Life, because you basically don't even have to play that game. I just make a bunch of assets, throw them in there, and then we watch a soap opera together. Which I feel like would be perfect for someone who's been struggling to play games and like only really wants to draw. The good thing about the 3 Subnautica games is there's no real connection between them. A few couple things mentioned, but nothing that messes with the stories other than their references or callbacks. Oh, okay. That's very good to know. So I can just jump into Subnautica 2 without having to know anything. I do know pretty much the whole story of the first game. I don't know anything about Below Zero, but I've heard that you don't really need to. I've heard it's an okay game, but it's not like what people want. That's the reason I never played Subnautica, because of my fear of deep water. That's very fair. Like, the main game of Subnautica is scary for that kind of fear, but if you've ever delved into looking up the mods people have made for that game, oh my god. If you ever want to scare yourself, go look up Subnautica mods. Like, a list of Subnautica mods that just make the game 10 times scarier. It is wild, the things people have made for this game. Absolutely terrifying. Okay. Look up Thomas the Train, a Thomas the Train makes its way into any mod pack. When Skyrim first started getting mods, that was one of the first when you started. Gonna head to rehearsal now. Catch you later. Have a good rehearsal, Buck. Have a good rehearsal. Have fun. Talk to you when you get back. Thank you for stopping by, too. I really appreciate you coming and chatting. Honestly, I didn't expect this many people to, like, drop by this random stream that I didn't advertise. Part of my anxiety was like, I hope this goes under the radar a little bit. I'm just gonna color it like that. I'll keep the same color palette. No, you know what? I'll keep the dark color palette, but I'll shift it greener or bluer. Because I shift it bluer. No, if I shift it greener, eventually I can get to orange, and then like a big daddy slime would be... Ooh, the bigger slime can have like Finn slime, and it could be just a reference to Finn in the future. That'd be kind of fun if I just shift it closer on the color wheel to that over time. That'd be fun. Okay, I'll shift it green. Let's do that. Just a sort of color story. Color story. Make it more forest green. And then take this, shift it down a little bit. No, shift it forward. Yeah. And add like a little fraggy green. Fragatha Green. My name's Fragatha Green. Pleasure to meet you.
Strangers in a dark room laughing at jokes they didn't quite hear. Frosted window panes and cheap champagne, a face appears. And
Anything could happen.
these cathedrals belong. Where shadow
My color blindness is coming out because my eyes are having a trouble discerning these greens from each other.
staring out the window of the Roosevelt Hotel, watching Midtown empty out and a kiss of farewell. They say we come from nothing and to nothing we'll return, and in between is gravity and bridges left to burn.
Let's go cell shading for this. With the yellow eyes. Let's see. Take it dark on the map. Put some little like bubbles crawling up these like little things, like nutrients are being sucked from the ground. The slime is catching the light a little bit. It's in a week becomes stronger. At the end of the summer, lost without you. Don't turn off. Video paused. Why is the video? Okay, it's fine.
Disappeared in a camera flash. Why do the bad girls never last? Lost in gin and lemonade. Electro spins in the mermaid parade.
He looking goopy. I like he looking goopy. Goopy, yay! It's really nice because, like, oh, cats! I will unshrimp. Thank you. Ugh. Everybody, drink water and unshrimp. Cats, how you doing? It's been it has been 10,000 years. How you doing? Oh, just to make sure, because I was just about to do it out of muscle memory. Last time I heard about it, you didn't want to be shouted out. Is that still the case? Just for future reference. I vaguely remember that being a thing, so I'm gonna refrain unless told otherwise. Thankfully now I'm good with shout. You're good with shoutouts? Okay. Let me get you a shout out. There you go. I just wanted to be sure. Last time I remember. If you told me like 2 months ago, I would have said no. Okay, that's what I remember. I was just making sure. Just wanted to make sure if things had changed or not. How you doing? It has been quite some time. Cat sitting very comfortably. Hell yes. Wait, do those show up on my stream? No, they don't. Do I have that turned off? My whole setup's been changing. I'm okay, tired as usual, but debating what to stream today. Oh, fair. What have been... Let me see. Hollow Knight was your last game? Did you finish Hollow Knight? Right. I needed to jump into your streams lately. I have been so disconnected from Twitch for so long. Like I'm slowly starting to get back to like the muscle memory of like remembering that Twitch is an option of something I should watch because I want to like be there with my friends and support them. Yeah, it was. It's been a mix of Zenless, FF14, Hollow Knight. I haven't finished Hollow Knight, but I got to Coliseum. Okay. Still lost though. Those are games I still need to play, so I completely understand.
Look, I know you miss her, man. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night, alone, in a river of darkness.
Yeah, we were discussing everybody's demon earlier. Because Chill redeemed an ascension for their demon. I was talking about how like it'd be really cool to see your form, your like heartless form, ascended into a bigger like phantom. Gotta get back into FF14. I remember I'm still on Stormblood. I feel like the only way I can get into Final Fantasy XIV is if I find a group that holds my hand through most of it. I should also see what dogs would look like. Oh, that's true. You can get dogs in the mix. Oh, I designed cats off of a Heartless, so I can design dogs after a nobody. Yeah. That'd be cool.
What if I kept going? What if I don't get off tonight? What if I ride this to the edges, through the darkness to the light? Could I find you there? Could I find you?
I don't know if you're there when I announced it, though. I do have an Ascension redeem now, where you can, any existing demon you can take and remix. I will remix them either as a bigger or smaller form. Or there are interesting creatures in Zenless called ethereals that are pretty much people with corrupted by force. Oh, those guys with like the black hole, the green black hole heads. That would be really fun. I do like those designs. Those like crystalline, kind of like golem creatures. Yeah. That'd be fun. I've always really liked those enemy designs. Dogs as an ethereal. That'd be, honestly, that'd be sick as hell. So take note of your new redeem. See? I had to turn off a few of them because they weren't working, and I have to like remap them anyway, so. But those will always be available for y'all to play with. Because honestly, I'm always really interested to see y'all's characters remixed and like y'all's ideas for more like designs. I want to like try to find more redeems that give y'all more abilities to like interact with what my stream looks like, because I feel like that just, it makes it more personal for me too, because I'm just like, oh, like this stream looks the way it does because of y'all, and I love that. Need to make new redeems. I've been thinking about my demon and not sure what he'll look like, to be honest. Honestly, that's the game we're playing here. Because, okay, let me tell you how it would go if you redeemed for a demon. You would give me your ref sheet, and you could tell me one theme that I could go off of. Otherwise, you can just tell me to go nuts. Because a lot of these demons in the background are just, like brainchilds of mine where with no direction. But you're allowed to give me a 1 to 2 word theme that I can play with. And then after that, it's entirely in my hands. Like that's, like it's less of a commission and more of just like a gotcha machine. So you put the points in and I give you a design. And if you want to re-roll the design, you can put more points in to have it ascend or regress and, you know, have me keep remixing it until, you know, it's something that you prefer. If I did it any other way, then people would just be getting free commissions, and that's just too complicated. That need to make new redeems? Same. I have so many ideas. And I need to like meet up with like Nav or something and help me like realize some things. Because honestly, what would I do for Meaty? I know what you're... I don't know if you have an updated ref sheet, Meaty, but I know what your Sona looks like. What would I do for them if I was given like no theme? I don't know. Because you could go off like things, because like you see all these people in the background. Like your demon can be whatever. There's like, I have a demon obelisk. I think Draco Feb got turned into like an obelisk out of nowhere. I have some crazy lore for him in my head. Like, some characters don't look like their original characters at all, and it's just like a theme that they go off of. Like my friend Kay's whole Sona is based on their and they're like a cosmic storyteller. So they're based off of the stars and telling stories. So I made their demon a chained, like giant chained galaxy made out of a black hole of a head, and their demon name is called The End, like the end of the story. So it's all thematic based on their own Sona. Does the ref you have his floppy ears? Does the ref I have... Let me check my ref folder one sec. IRL ref, friends ref. Because I have everybody's ref thrown haphazardly into a folder on my computer. So let me even see if I have... Oh, I think I have your Totodile. That Totodile is you, right? With the pink mohawk? That's not you, though. That's one of your characters, right? Or is that you as a Totodile? Or am I just thinking of someone else completely entirely? Because I think I drew your Totodile for an art fight. Yeah, that's mine, Pokesona. He's a Croconaut. That's it. Sorry. I don't think did I never say... I don't think I ever properly got your riff sheet. What the hell? I don't see him. To be fair, most of the times I get people's ref sheets through this demon thing when they redeem it, because they have to send me a ref sheet. And then I save it for later. But I don't think I ever got yours. Sad. That's probably what I was thinking, honestly. The Crocodile. The Pokesona. 'Cause I don't think I have your riff sheet. Okay, I'll send it to you through the redeem. Okay, yeah. Next time you gotta be on top of it though, because it's one demon redeem per stream. So first come, first serve with that. Because if I just let that redeem run wild, I'd have so much work to do if I didn't do it one per stream. Can you imagine? Because I think for a while there I was getting overwhelmed because I had like a big demon list to get through. Make it look like it's like in there. Change all the line art to something else. Somebody message me. Strangers, there are no strangers at all. I'm just responding to people on Telegram. Ooh. Oh, I love that concept. I think I do have an idea, but we'll probably save it for next time. Okay. Keep that on the back burner. Because at the end of the day, it is fun to have like no restrictions, but I do like being given a theme sometimes because it does kind of like help a lot. And Buck sent me a picture of like, oh, who said Personas can't do cosplay? That's such a good idea. Jeez. Jeezy Weezy. Alright. Let's wrap this. Ooh. Super busy. Damn. Let's wrap up this drawing. I won't implement him today just because I have to do it off stream. Which isn't that bad. Oh, actually works pretty well. Oh, I can add the shine. Add the shine. Yeah. Because I have that half opacity white going through it to make it look like it's having like a little sheen. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. Just give it that sheen. I think just the dot looks best. I am interested to see what kind of idea you have though, Meaty. I'll be anxiously awaiting. this line down here. Just keep accenting it with like little sort of highlight dots. Oh, my freaking headphone cable's wrapped around my armchair. Ah! Okay. It's a Rid! It's a Rid. Hey, Rid. First time chatter, Rid-Ire. Hello! How am I not following you? Everybody go follow Rid. Rid, this is your first time on my stream. Your first time seeing me stream. I kind of want to explain to you the spiel. Let me save this art. My gimmick. Breath. Demon. Chills ascended. I'm glad I'm awake for it. Yeah! Hope you slept well. But yeah, I want to share, since you're new, and there might be other people that don't know here too. Let me go back to the main screen. Oh. Don't mind the bloody, zebra cake. That was a bit from earlier. Buck was stuffing my open wounds with cake, so it's fine. Let me get rid of those. From my OBS. Okay. As you can see, there's a ton of little guys running around here. In my redeems, if you work up enough points, the handle, yeah, right? If you work up enough points, I will make you into somebody in my crowd. I will turn you into my demon, one of my little demons. That's what all these guys are. You might be able to pick out Buck in the background. He has a big tree on his head and a bird. Chill's in there too. A bunch of our friends. So yeah, in the future, like if I stream more, you can work up to points and then be part of my ballroom. My plan, I will lurk the heck out of you. Looking forward to it. Lurkers are the backbone of our society. Yeah, and this was another redeem for Chill, who's OC Scruff. You can see them down there. They're a little ball running around. A level 1 slime. They redeemed Ascend, so I can take their demon and replace them with a higher form. So now I'm making them a level 10 slime. Which I need to bring down so I can add text to the top, because that's the ending bit. Get rid of that. Bubbles, line art. Yeah, but how are you doing today, Rid? You having a good morning so far? Just woke up? Fair. Still getting your bearings for the day. Make those bearings good. I need impact font. Impact. LVL. That's not impact. Gadoogie. Impact. LVL colon. No. Colon. Make you a level 15 slime. Hope you had good sleeps. Then you rasterize it, and then you select it from the layers, and then you select this, expand selected area. Where's my pop-up for that? 2. Oh, can you imagine if Chill just kept ascending this. I kind of want to see what happens. That's why I'm like going a little bit harder than I would otherwise, just because I'm really interested in. Why am I not drawing on that layer? Oh, because I'm using an eraser. This is why. There you go. Use it a black thing to make it pop a little bit more. Level 15 slime. Giant goopy. Big gooper. Big gooper duper. Okay, yeah, because like I wanted to give myself some leeway because I was like, oh, okay, I added the brain, so if I level him up more, I can start adding more organs and bones and like victims and just stuff into his form. But that's done. That is done. I'm not going to add him quite yet, just because I need to like shrink him down and like put him into OBS and like turn off this scene and change it to something else. But that is fully done. I think that's a good way for me to go about it. It's just kind of like talk it through and do the demons as they come out on stream. But I'm gonna switch back to just chatting. Ow. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Nice, I'm the comeback kid. Alright, I'm gonna for a moment. What's our runtime? We're at 2:55? Okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit longer because we have an ad break coming up, so I'm gonna take my break during the ad break so that y'all don't miss anything, because it'll be a 3-minute break. I've mentioned this before. I have a 3-minute break every hour because I think I like it better when there's like a longer stretch of uninterrupted stuff and just like a longer ad, rather than every like 30 minutes or so for a smaller ad. I don't know. I appreciate that a little bit more. But like when that happens, let me turn off my art glove. There we go. I'm going to go on a break, go to the bathroom. We're going to get our snacks. We're going to stand up and stretch for a little bit. And then when I get back, I'll discuss potentially playing a video game. Because I don't have anything planned for today. This has all been impromptu. Giant goopy. Goopy goopy. All right. Make sure I have all this done. What the hell? I think I've hit some hotkeys and changed the look of my stream a little bit. Whoops. I shrunk all of my things. Buck adding everyone in his server to... How dare you? How very dare you? And you run away and I can't even beat you up over it. You'll get your comeuppance. You will get your comeuppance. You'll get yours one day, buddy. Okay, turn off Clip Studio Paint. All right. Honey, I shrunk all of my things. I did. All of my icons at the bottom of my screen are so much smaller. I think some of my hotkeys for stream are coincide with other things, which isn't great. I will have to deal with that at some point. Not today, though. Not gonna do it today. Not my problem. It is my problem, though. That's not my problem. Okay, I think the next ad is going to be within the next 10 to 15 minutes, so I'm going to take a 10 to 15 minute breather for a little bit. I'll leave y'all with some music and everything, but I'm going to go find myself something to eat and snack on, and then come back and we're going to do... Oh, there's the ad. Ad starts in 3 minutes, so that's perfect. I'll come back in like 10 minutes. I knew it was going to happen soon. Okay. So I'm going to BRB for 10 minutes, make sure the music's playing. I forgot to eat. I should grab a bite too. Everybody go grab food, water, stretch your backs, and we will come back after a brief intermission. BRB, everybody. All right, we're back at it again. I think I made the music too loud. One sec. 1 second, everybody. There we go. There we go. We're back at it again. Hope everybody had a good break. Everybody got snacks. Everybody got water and unshrimped. I got myself a cup of coffee. Oh, because this is exhausting. Oh my god. Streaming is such a hard job. I forgot. Go get food! I swear to Lort. You were just sick. You need nutrients. But D&D... What do you mean, but D&D? Well, you're about to do something that's gonna keep you occupied for hours on end. You need to eat before it. I'm not sick. I have allergies. That's the same thing. Your body is under attack. Allergies have invaded Alberio. Go at least get a snack. Grab something quick. Please. Please, for your friend. Please. Do it for your friend. Thank you. Thank you so much. What to eat? So many to choose, so. This will take time. Do it now. I don't care what you choose. You just gotta choose something. It could be several donuts for all I care. Just eat to put some nutrients in your body. Is my controller charged? Just haven't seen this in time. I gotta hit this thing. Did the entire time. Shit. Was transferring over some files because I was running out of file space on my computer. I need a bigger hard drive. Right? That's what I'm looking for. Bigger hard drive. It's the thing computer peoples need more of. Hard space. Hard spaces. Take up hard space. Mid ire shouted out by Moobot. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedy. All right. I got my coffee. I got my water. I think somebody's making dinner in there. Somebody's chopping up some stuff on a cutting board in there, so I'll have dinner soon. Might make a dessert. I've been making these little air fryer cookie things in ramekins, these deep dish cookie things, and putting ice cream on top of that. Throw whatever topping you want in there, maybe some protein powder to give yourself some nutrients. Delicious. Top of cookie dough or strawberry ice cream, respectively. Absolutely decadent. You feel like a king. Let's see. Do I even want to play a game? I've been streaming for like... Have I been streaming? Wait. Have I been streaming for 2 or 3 hours? 3 hours. Okay. Okay. Honestly, that's not too bad for first stream. I'll go for another hour at the very least. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll go for another hour for at the very, very, very least. What to do, what to do. Let me look around on my Steam. The Subnautica trend is tempting. I spent so much money recently though. And part of I think about that every time I look at all these, like the 400 games I have on Steam. It's like, I can't play other games. It looks like fun, but part of me is like, I can't play other games. Oh no, I don't have enough disk space to update Oblivion. Oh no, I need to... What is clogging up my computer? That's gonna be the rest of my stream, is just me trying to clear up space on my computer to have games. Al, do you have an easy way to like find out how to clear up space in your computer, or is it just that hard every single time? Microsoft Clipchamp is 9 gigabytes. I do use that a lot, but it's 9 gigs. Just delete games also. Do you clear your cache from VRCF? What is that? I don't think so. From VRC? No. I'll uninstall Microsoft Clipchamp because that's a lot. It's 9 gigs right there. Minecraft launcher. I don't play Minecraft anymore. I'll reinstall it when I do. CurseForge. Where is the cache for it? So each time you load a world that you download, it's saved to your PC. Oh, where do I find that? I have 100 gigabytes of 1000 free. Where do I find the cache? The next time you don't need to download it again, but I would recommend clearing it once in a while to free space. It's in VRC, unfortunately. I have to open VRChat to do that? Yes? Oh, shit. Well, damn. Honestly, I could probably clear up space by uninstalling Mass Effect, because that's 100 gigabytes right there. But I love it. I love it. I love it. And update. How big is the update for Oblivion? But Garrus, exactly. How big is the update for Oblivion? I can't even update it. I don't have enough disk space. I have 100 gigabytes left of disk space. And I can't update Oblivion. That's insane. There's no way the update is that big. I don't know why. Oh, thank you. I will drink water and then shrimp. I'll take a tiny sip of my water so I stay true to the spirit of that, but I will also take a sip of coffee. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. I think I'll just uninstall Elder Scrolls Oblivion, even though I do want to play it more. But it's just taking up so much space. Battle Block Theater. I don't need that installed. Even though it's tiny. Uninstall. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. I always like having Shovel Knight on my computer. It just makes me happy. First person. Those are going to be the games that take up most of the space, and most of it's just Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I can always just reinstall it. You know what? I'm gonna back up the game files. Elder Scrolls Oblivion remastered, and then get it off my computer. That's what I'll do. Select folder. Create backup. Backup failed. Update required. I can't update it. I can't back up the files because it need the backup needs an update, but I can't update it because I don't have enough space, and I need more space, so I'm trying to get rid of Oblivion, which means I'm gonna back up the files. Ah! What is this Sisyphean nightmare? What is this? What the hell? Atlas. I can get rid of Atlas. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Man. I do need to... I need to back up all of my Clip Studio files to my external hard drive. And like you said, I probably have a lot of caches that I could clear from various things and whatnot that would do me some favors to get it rid of. Is this entertaining yet? Oh no, sorry, I like directly looked into the mic for that, so I probably blew out the mic. I didn't mean to. I keep forgetting I'm not on camera, so I keep looking at the mic as if it's a camera and like mugging at the camera, like making faces, but I'm like, you can't see me. I'm a demon on the internet. Demon on the internet. Demon on the internet. I don't really have that many games. Definitely not a lot of them installed. But Garrus, I do. Who messaged me? Who messaged me? I will respond. I need to respond to somebody specifically. Okay. All right. This is what I get for going into streams. Like, I wouldn't stream otherwise if I didn't just throw myself into them with no plan. And look at chat and be like, help, 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 help. I could do it. I kind of want to play Subnautica. I kind of want to scare myself and play Subnautica. But you know what? Fuck it. Do it. I'll play the first Subnautica. I won't play the second one because I kind of want to, like, do it now. Okay. I'll play the first one just because it's cheap. Do it, you won't. Fair, the first one's good too. First one's $8. Do it, you won't. I will. Add to cart. I'm purchasing it right now, meaty. God. I agree to your terms of service. VR supported. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's only 7 gigabytes. Literally everyone get your shit together with your 100 gigabyte games when Subnautica is 7 gigabytes. Subnautica VR. It says it's VR supported. I know, right? Meaty, for real. Like, look up some of the mods people have made for I'm currently watching a playthrough. I think it's by Slimesicle, where he put like hundreds of mods into Subnautica and is trying to survive it. And it's just like the monsters are bigger. There's some new ones that are like gigantic. Like it's insane. Okay. Installing. 99% complete. Subnautica. Complete. Gonna turn off the music, and then we're gonna go to OBS. I'm gonna go to gaming. I'm over here now. Make sure. Ow. I saw a few of the mods, and I would be terrified I actually saw them in game. I know, right? Have you seen the one where like the ship is coming to like save you, and instead of like getting shot by the cannon, it gets eaten by a giant serpent? Like something that's like the size of like the Empire State Building shoots out of the water to go back to Subnautica with mods. You should. There's so much. Like I feel like Subnautica became the new Skyrim when it comes to the modding community being so big and so like dedicated to like making that game as replayable as possible. So I would definitely give it a shot. And if you do, please stream it because I want to be there for that. Oh, I have not. You haven't? Oh, hold on. Hold on. I don't know how to turn on my captures. I don't know how this works anymore. I don't know how my OBS works anymore. Nav explained it to me, but I don't remember. Add source. Do I add a source? Deprecated. Type freestyle. Oh. Oh no. I think I broke it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. Thought I broke everything for a second. Both my screens went black and I was so scared for a second. I don't know what to do. Ah! Okay. Application audio capture, window capture. He showed me how to do this, and I can't remember how to do it. Nav. This isn't how to do. I'm scared. It's fine. We ball. Fuck it, we ball. It turns out, fuck it, we ball, actually. I gotta get my gamer hand. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Oh, hello. I was like, I don't have a sniffing redeem. The fuck was that?
Tech support will Bear's here to help you with your streaming needs.
Oh, thank you. Here, I'll share what I got, what I'm working with. Where's my OBS? There. Okay, I have this capture thing. It's in a separate scene. How do I get this to go to find the things I want it to find without going to a whole different scene and black screening?
Hold on, I just really pulled up stream. 1 moment.
Oh, sorry. See capture?
Okay, so that's the screen that's capturing what you want to capture, right?
I want it to, but like before when I was trying to get it to capture my CSP, it wasn't. So I was like, oh, what do I do? So I just made another window capture, which I don't think I have to do. Because captures is all the way down here in its own scene. So how do I?
Yeah. So that right there is a nested scene. So whatever is in captures, you'd have to edit it there. What you can do at the moment is click on studio mode on the right side where your controls are.
Okay.
And And what that'll do is chat will still see the main screen that's on right now, while you can actually go down to captures
Okay.
and you can edit in there what you need to do.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so it
So
should be.
now you can click on the PC game and see how that one. Oh, see how it says capture specific window and it's on VR chat? You can click on the VR chat one and change it to Subnautica.
Let's see. Okay, so I have to press play for Subnautica first, and then I'll. Okay.
Yeah, right now it's capturing a specific window or a specific game, which means if you ever change a game again, you have to go ahead and change that to a specific window. If you wanted to just capture whatever and you're okay with it, you can have it capture your entire monitor itself. But of course, just be aware that it'll show,
Okay.
your monitor. Then
Gotcha.
when you're done, just go back to the same thing, and yep, you're good to go.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, perfect. It's hold on. Subnautica's like the music is so. Okay. 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 Oh, it worked anyway. Okay. It worked anyway. Because I told it to capture any full screen application. Full screen.
Awesome.
Excelente.
Thank you for using IT Wolf Bears. Have a great day.
Thank you. I love my friends. Why does it take me? Just trying to fix everything. Everything coming through properly. I forgot to eat it again. Okay, I'm going. I will work. Good. You promised me you would eat. Please. Thank you. Thank you for helping. Okay. Would anybody like to tell me if the sound is good, if the music is too loud? If anybody has any opinion on that, I'd appreciate it. Lower it a bit, because it sounds okay to me. I'll lower it a little bit more. Make sure my voice is louder than anything in the game. Because if something starts screaming at me, I'm going to start screaming, and my screams need to be louder than their screams. Oh, I should probably change the category for the stream, potentially. Subnautica. Alright. Play. Oh, start new game. Survival. Like survival without hunger or thirst. Survival with only one life, no O2 alerts. I kind of don't want to do survival. I kind of just want to play the game without having to eat or drink. I think I'll just do freedom. Yeah. I don't want to have to play survival. Boom, 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 boom.
Attention.
Oh.
Failure imminent. All personnel abandon ship. Launch in 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit. Ow! Ouchie wouchie. Owie. Oh, frick. My iPad.
You have suffered minor head trauma. This is considered an optimal outcome. This PDA has now rebooted in emergency mode with one directive: to keep you alive on an alien world. Please refer to the databank for detailed survival advice. Good luck.
Recipe. Oh, cool. Voice log. Your suffer. We just learned that. Tab to open post beard. Excellent. Okay. Use repair tool. I need a repair tool. Solar panel cell. Circuitry failed. Low integrity. Cool. Sea glide. Alright. Just walk away from that. Let's get out of here. God, I remember this moment watching videos of this game. Just, this is such a...
Aurora suffered orbital hull failure. Cause unknown. 0 human life signs detected.
What's that? Oh. Oh my god, can you imagine VR? Break limestone.
Copper is an essential component of all powered equipment. Your probability of survival has just increased to unlikely, but plausible.
Okay, so copper. Fish! Go forth. What was that thing I saw in the water? Over there. Is it just a rock sticking out? It was. Okay. It's just I'm grabbing stuff. Because I don't exactly know what I need at this moment, so... Let's not do that underwater. I can't breathe. Blueprints, equipment. Air pump, handheld scanner. Let's do repair tool. Blueprints. Copper wire. An O2 tank would be nice. Floating air pump. If I pin all of these, will it just like... What does pinning them do? Copper is essential. The Aurora suffers... Okay. Oh, so much to go over. Okay, focus. Focus up. Came over as a recipe for Adderall. I'm gonna have to make that first to get through this. Okay. Oh, so much to explore. What's this? Oh, it's a little gooper. Loader. Oh. Oh, he's so goopy. Put you back. Ow! Fuck you too, man! Goopy boy. Goopy boy fucking hate me. Ooh, what's this? Oh, sea glide fragment.
Oxygen.
I have to scan this shit, don't I? I need a scanner. Alright. Okay, let me get my bearings. So that's my main camp. So let me see what I actually need. So I'm getting distracted. I need, for a scanner, is a battery and titanium, but I think I need a cave sulfur, titanium, and silicone rubber. Silicone rubber feels like it would be around wreckage sites. Reef back. I know you guys. Grav trap fragment. I need a scanner first and foremost. Beacon fragment. At least I know where all these sea glide things are, because that'll come in handy later when I'm getting my mobility in. Ooh. Love.
Oxygen.
Love the sound of them. Love the sound of them. Does my little camp have like a little like hopping around? I know there's like a cave around here. Ooh. Coral pine, acid mushrooms. I think acid mushrooms are used to make batteries. Creature egg. Ooh, fun. Acid mushrooms are used to make batteries, I think. If I had to remember... What the fuck are you? Whoa! Oh.
Oxygen.
Oh. I don't remember you. Yeah, oxygen. What the fuck? Oh, those are neat. I don't remember seeing those guys. Ooh. Little scuttlers. They scuttle. They scurry. They're always in a hurry. I love them. Look at them. Ooh, cave. Yeah, let me get some water and I'll go into that cave and see if I can find cave mushrooms? Cave sulfur? I'm looking for cave mushrooms and cave sulfur, I believe. Acid mushrooms.
Detecting sulfur deposits in the local cave systems. Sulfur is an essential component of the repair tool.
Is it you guys?
Silver-based wiring kits are an essential component of many habitat modules.
I don't think I got any sulfur during that run. I got some titanium though, which I do need. Back in. I didn't see the sulfur though. Creature egg. Copper. Creature egg. Am I missing something? Did you giggle at me? Giggly little fish? Giggle fish? Giggle ass fish? Where'd the cave go? Oh, there it is. Am I missing sulfur? Where is it? I think I'm freaking out. I think I'm freaking out because I know there's like something that explodes in these. And I'm not paying attention. Would you stop clicking at me? Oh, here? No, more copper. Oh, man. My PDA said that there was... Yep. Oh. Gasp. What color is sulfur? Is it any different? Am I losing my mind? Am I just running by it and missing everything? Where is it? Okay. You said, PDA, that there were sulfur deposits nearby. When I think sulfur, I think orange and yellow. I don't see anything.
Oxygen.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love that it's nighttime now and everything's worse. I love when everything's worse. Hey, buddy. How you doing? I gotta find that sulfur. You said it was down here. Wait. You? No. Take some more acid mushrooms. Sure, why not? Whole fish. call me if I was a sea creature. Whole fish. I have returned. I am free from work. Congratulations!
Oxygen.
I'm glad you made it away from work safely. We cannot allow them to claim you. Them damn workers. I'm just looking for some damn sulfur. You little scuttler. Hey, Scuttle. Scuttlebutt. I'm finding it difficult to see it even in the daylight. Where? My nose itches. I'm gonna drown! My sinuses can't handle the deep sea. Am I just blind? Where is sulfur? It has to be down here. I'm gonna die doing this. I'm gonna get lost in the sauce. I need it. Yep. Okay. Any encounters with the Reaper? No, I just started. I've been trying to make a scanner because I've been trying to look for sulfur, but I can't find it. I know where the Reaper is, though. I've seen a lot of playthroughs of Subnautica 1. I kind of wish I hadn't, because I'm like a little prepared mentally for like where certain things are and like the whole story of it. So it's not, I don't think it's gonna hit me as much as it would have. The only thing that's freaking me out is not being able to find sulfur and almost drowning. Because I have to get the repair tool to fix the fabricator, which means I need rubber. Detecting sulfur deposits in local sulfur is an essential component.
Detecting.
Yep. Advanced theories, alien egg. Let's see. I'm technically in a meeting right now, but I'm mostly in it because I have to. No, none of it really applies to me. Oh, that's fun. Hopefully the meeting goes quickly. And whoever is talking talks fast. I can't do anything until I have a fabricator. Gold, silver, titanium, lead, copper, quartz. So I didn't find a single chunk. I'm staff for a furry con and we have monthly meetings. I see. Well, that's fun, though. I guess everybody has to stay, like, in the loop as time goes on, I suppose. Especially as the con gets closer, I'd imagine. I swear, I have to be missing something. You said there were sulfur deposits down here. I don't see.
Oxygen.
Yep. I staff for my local furry con, indie fur con. Oh, fun! I feel like I'd have a lot of fun. I got invited to like a local. I met a local fur at FWA from like my hometown, and they invited me to like a Telegram group. So.
Detecting increased local radiation levels. Trend is consistent with damage to the Aurora's drive core, sustained during planet fall.
Limestone. I might need that at some point, but I need sulfur more than anything, and I can't find it. Maybe I'll check a different cave system or something. Oh, maybe... Does this count as a cave system? I see a lot of stuff. More copper. More quartz. Hey, buddy. I need to know what sulfur looks like. Oh, there's another cave system. Okay. I'm gonna go back up for air, then come back down here and go back to that cave system. And hopefully find some freak-ass sulfur. Go forth. Quartz. Copper ore. Copper ore. What does sulfur even look like? I must be missing something. Because I need sulfur. And they said it was in caves. Okay, head back to my base, because they're not going to put it too far away. I don't need that. Just swim. They're going to put caves near the main base. Because I know that kelp field has some bastards in it. Ooh, reefies. Hey, reef bags. Love those guys. And there's some wreckage right here, which might have some rubber in it. I don't know if that stuff's lying around or if I have to craft the rubber. There's some more caves. Gah! Don't you actually do that to me. Scared the shit out of me. Yeah. Oh, I'm so far. Oh no. Oh no. I might not actually make it. I didn't realize how far I was down. Come on. Oh! I didn't realize I was so far down. Sorry, man. Sorry. Didn't realize I'd swam so far down. Don't make those noises at me. We are underwater, sir. Sulfur. Can I cheat? I'm gonna cheat and just put console command 50 sulfur in my bag. Just so I can move on from this. No. I have to persevere. I have to be a shining example for all the children watching me play Subnautica. They said it was in here. They said. Games would never lie to me. They said it was in here. But I don't have a single piece of sulfur. Nope, I need to get oxygen. I love these little noises. They totally don't freak me out. Where? I might need to have somebody look up. Inventory's full. Even if I find sulfur, I'm gonna need to unload my inventory. I just need to know what it looks like. I'm losing my damn mind.
Oxygen.
Where's my base? Where is it at? There you go. Is there like a box I can put stuff in there? A crate mayhaps? Let me in. Personnel. Equipment. Fire extinguisher, pipe, floating air pump. Oh, I can get longer breathing time. Yeah, just do that. Okay. Get that in there, get this in here.
New blueprint acquired.
Excellent. Resources. Basic material. Titanium into metal salvage. Okay. I can make more equipment. Used to transport breathable air from a functional pipe. Oh, I see. So I can get further down by making a pipe to the surface. Pumps air into a pipe. Access for a pipe chain. Okay. Okay. Waterproof locker. Handy. Don't really need to know that. I need a scanner more than anything. Fins. Silicone rubber. I still don't have an idea how to get silicone rubber just yet. But I have a higher air capacity, which is better than I did a second ago, so I can't even complain. Put away all that titanium. What's this? Flares? Okay, I'll keep the flares on me. Get rid of the titanium. I don't need all of these mushrooms, these acid mushrooms, because there's so many around here. So I'll just keep like 4. Filtered water. I don't have survival mode turned on. I don't want to deal with all that. Okay. Detecting increased local radiation. Yeah, that's fine. Creature egg. Put away the creature egg. Okay, let's turn that metal salvage into... more titanium. I don't need another fire extinguisher, do I? I don't think so. So these nutrient blocks, I don't need water or nutrient blocks, so I can just throw those away and then put all the titanium back in here. Okay. Not bad. I just need to find sulfur. Sulfur is in cave systems. Little fart bags. I remember these little guys. Zabulba looking ass. I know one of these cave systems has little explodey boys. There's a cave system right the hell next to the spawn point, so there has to be sulfur down here. And I just keep missing it again and again. I'm gonna have to look up what sulfur is. I'm gonna have to look up Subnautica sulfur wiki. Wiki sulfur Subnautica. Because I'm the most unobservant person in the world. Oh, this extends my... I'm so glad I bothered to go back and get that air tank. This is so much nicer. So much nicer. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look up what sulfur looks like. I'm not going to cheat. I just need to know what it looks like. Subnautica sulfur deposit. Cave sulfur. Sulfur deposit. Subnautica. Okay. Acquired from a sulfur plant. Okay. Oh, right! I was thinking about the bomb fish and trying to avoid those guys, but those, the little pods that they spawn from, have sulfur in them. So I'm not looking for a rock, I'm looking for a plant. Which I don't think are in this cave specifically. Unless I just didn't see it. I just gotta find the right cave. Because I know there is a cave that goes like straight down and I have to dodge one of those sulfur guys. Okay, so I just need to find a different cave. Because I know at a certain point you get a scanner on your things that like points you specifically to certain minerals that you may need, which oh, this looks too far down. Wait, no. I need to breathe first before I do that. Oh, jeez, and I'm right next to the kelp forest where some baddies are. Oh, open up the thing. I need to reopen up my mod view. Okay. Telegram is a great way to meet other furries. It is! I have been, I'm gonna be real, I've been too afraid to talk in there quite yet, because I don't know them. And the idea that they're right next to me physically in, you know, the world freaks me out a little. But that's just because I'm trying to work through antisocialness. But I did ask to be invited to it. Oh, I knew it! Oh, shit. Oh, god damn. I didn't know if that did anything, but I felt like it did. I felt like I had power.
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, I got some sulfur. Got it. Got it. Oh, by the way, an ad break starts in 30 seconds. I think for the ad break, though, I will pause and go to the bathroom for 3 minutes. So I'm going to go head back to my base, or at least a little closer, and then just kind of pause it and go to the bathroom, because I still need to get batteries and silicone rubber for my scanner, my basic tools. Ad break starts in 10 minutes, y'all, so stretch, get some water, and I will see y'all in a moment. Be right back.
Woods and chamomile, the years pass like a ferret wheel. Tiny fractures in the fall, the days we live so
Where'd my Subnautica go? There it is. Where is my Subnautica? Okay. Great. Now I have that. Do I make silicone rubber? Hold on, I need to check something. I need to check if I harvest or make silicone rubber. Resources. Electronics, basic material. I need silicone rubber. I need creep vine clusters. I know where to get creep vine. Shit. Where was it? I think it's this way. Yep. I have to get them from these stalks, and then there's big baddies. There's major baddies over there. I don't see any of the baddies quite yet, though. Oh, I see one of the creep vine clusters. I'm just gonna go straight for it. We're just gonna go straight for it. We're just gonna go straight for it. Grab it. Inventory
Life
full.
on this planet grows in unusually distinct and diverse ecological biomes. Further study recommended.
Yeah, okay. How about we study that when my life isn't on the line and I have a knife, maybe? And it's not pitch black outside. So I go back home. Wait. I think it's creep vine cluster seeds I need to make. Okay. So resources, basic materials, silicone rubber. Okay, so I can make a scanner now. A repair tool, perfect. So I need acid mushrooms and copper ore to make a battery, which I think I can make. Electronics battery, yeah, okay. So now I can make everything I need.
New blueprint acquired.
Tools. Scanner. Excellent.
The scanner can be used to synthesize blueprints from salvage technology and to record alien biological data.
Cool. We're getting somewhere. What am I missing? Equipment is what I'm trying to do. No, I'm trying to use tools. Okay. So, repair tool is now what I need. Tools, and I want a survival knife.
Weapons were removed from standard survival blueprints following the massacre on Abraxas Prime. The knife remains the only exception.
Sick. Love that for me. Okay. So now I can get rid of these as my thing, as my habitat builder. Yeah, let's put that there. What do I need for that? I need a battery. Which... copper ore, which I think I have copper ore. Let's take one of those. Make one battery. Sick. Okay. I need a computer chip, which is table coral, gold, and copper wire, so I need to make some copper wire. Table coral, gold, copper wire, and silver ore. Table coral. I don't have any of that yet, do I? So let's take some of this. Creep vine clusters. this. Make some copper wire out of it, because I'll need that eventually. Gold. Did I ever find any gold? Maybe? I found a single chunk of gold, so I'm just looking for table coral. I thought I had some silver too. I have 1 silver ore. Let's get rid of all these acid mushrooms. I don't need these. Cave sulfur's useful. That's useful. The batteries for later. I'll keep the first aid kit, and I'm going to just drop everything else. I can go back and get some more creep vine clusters. Titanium. Message. Food is ready. Oh. Food's ready. Veggies. Okay, I think dinner's ready. Yay. Play for a little bit longer. Because honestly, this is kind of fun. I don't know, I might take like a dinner break and then just keep playing. I don't know. I don't know. Dance it all out, meaty. Show me your moves. Okay, so I think. Okay, let's go out, and then I'm gonna throw some stuff away because I knew I wasn't gonna use all this table coal. Creature eggs seem to be abundant, so I'm not gonna use that. I don't need food or water, and I know where to get creep vine clusters. So let's just drop all that. Hey, if it stays there, that's great. Let's self-scan.
Self-scan complete. Vital signs normal. Continuing to monitor.
Where is that wreckage? Where was that wreckage? There's a lot of stuff over there that I need to... I want to... Oh, there it is. Okay. I also want to scan this big boy. Big boy, hello. Oh. Oh, you're beautiful. You're literally so beautiful. Don't just fly away from me. You beautiful beast, you. Oh! Oh, Basie. Big bad Basie boy. There's so much stuff on you. Brain coral.
Caution. Continued degradation of the Aurora's drive core may result in a quantum detonation. Continuing to monitor. Short-range scans suggest this biome supports extensive biodiversity and
Okay.
connects to a number of small cave networks.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to that wreckage and explore because there's a lot of blueprints for swimming faster, which is going to help me in the end. And there's a habitat builder, which I need to work on. And all I need for that... Y'all need to stop, actually, personally. I wish for you to be quiet for a little bit. Oh God. The "you done it" noise freaks me out. stuff in these things.
30 seconds. New blueprint acquired.
A sea glide fragment. I'm pretty sure I saw some other sea glide fragments elsewhere. I know. 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 Don't ever tell me again, because I know. I need... This game is so cool. This game, I'm like so entranced. I didn't think I would like... I never played this game, or I never like even thought to. I always just enjoyed watching people play. But just playing it for myself is such an interesting experience. I'm so glad I could turn off like water and... I need to go up. Oh, I see some more stuff over there. I'll check that.
Oxygen.
Okay, so I need to go up when I have like 20 seconds left because it is a far way. Oh, it's so far down. I need to get that sea glide wherever it is. See if I can find it. Probably just like more wreckage that I'm not finding yet. I was hoping all the sea glide fragments would be near one another.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. I'm probably okay. Then again, I'm probably missing stuff. So I head back to the surface.
Oxygen.
Oh, I forgot. I can repair the stuff in here. I didn't even think to do that. Let's do that.
Continue to monitor for emergency transmissions from other life pods.
Deployables. Oh, I see. Grav trap and beacon. Maintains broadcast position configurable names. Oh, I should probably make a couple of those just in case I find a place. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Let's transmute all of that stuff into titanium. So that's not as big in my inventory. Titanium ingots. I don't think I need to do that quite yet, unless it works the same way. Unless it do.
Lifepod secondary systems online. Running full environment diagnostic and outputting results to databank.
Unidentified egg. I don't need egg yet. I do not need egg. Escape pod. So what is medkit fabricator? Oh, so it just makes a medkit for me every now and again. Okay, so we're back up to full. Let's look around a little bit more for more wreckage. Oh, I see some over there, I think. No. Oh, there's some. Unless that's the exact same place I just was. Oh, wait, I don't think so. Maybe? Am I just going crazy? Oh, wait, yeah, I think it... Oh, yeah, I hear Reefy. Yep, I'm just getting my bearings. All unbearinged. I don't think... Go down the tube. Oh. Oh, trippy.
30 seconds.
I really need that sea glide. That would help this out a lot. Is that more? That's more scrap metal, isn't it? Yeah. I can always come back for more scrap metal when I need it. I'm looking for scannables. The fuck was... Oh, hi, buddy. Is that the sound you make up close? Holy shit, that scared the... Oh. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, yes. Is this the only other part I need? Yes. Okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So, get me up here. Okay. So let's check what I'm working towards. A habitat builder and a sea glide are my current babies. I need battery. Oh, can I make a sea glide right now? Hold up. Hold up. Everybody, hike up your britches. Your undies are showing. Hike up your britches. I might be able to make a sea glide. Because I have copper wire. I have a battery. So now I just need lubricant, which is made... which is made with creepvine cluster. I'm pretty sure. Hold up. Basic material, lubricant, creepvine seed clusters. I gotta go back to the creepvine forest. Oh! Okay. Okay. I'm gonna, just in case I die, I'm gonna put all the stuff I need back, because I have a ton of that, ton of lead, creature egg. I don't need a creature egg right now. Wish I had more storage space. Okay, I can make a sea glide. That will vastly improve my... Oh, it's getting dark too. Ooh. Why did I get hurt? Did I just jump into the water too fast? Why did I get hurt? Okay, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. People get hurt sometimes.
Lubricant is essential in construction of vehicles and power plants.
Let's make a bunch of it. Because it's smaller than creep vines. So I need to go get that battery. Okay. Oh my god, I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing it. I'm really doing it. Sea glide.
The Sea Glide will increase your effective exploration range. For your safety, please pack supplies for long journeys and stay within 5 kilometers of the nearest life pod or habitat.
Find a slot 2. Oh my god, that's so much nicer.
Congratulations, Survivor. You have exceeded your weekly exercise quotient by 500%. Data indicates that swimming was your favorite activity. Be sure to vary your routine for uniform muscle development.
If you have a blueprint for a weight kit or a treadmill, I'll try. But water's kind of in abundance. Table coral. I need this.
30 seconds.
I don't know what I need this for, but I know I need table coral for something.
Oxygen.
Okay, let me figure out what I need a table coral for. I needed table coral for a computer chip, which, hold on. Did I make more copper wire? I have one more piece of copper. I have that gold piece. So chances are I can make one more copper wire. I can make a computer chip right now.
New blueprint acquired.
So I need more acid mushrooms and more copper ore in general. Okay, so I'm gonna put this computer chip back. Put some of this lubricant back so I don't have to go get more. I have one more piece of cave sulfur. I have way too much shit on me. Can I just drop it? Can I not drop stuff in here? Let's drop some of that shit. Yeah, just fall into the ocean for a little bit. Okay, so I need... Oh shoot. Okay, so let me see. I don't need Sea Glide anymore. I do need a habitat builder. Habitat. Oh, there's a message on the radio. Hold on.
This is Ozzy from the cafeteria. What the hell, guys? They didn't warn us this might happen. Our pod was almost crushed by this Seamoth Bay on the way down. Now we're hanging on the edge of a cave system, and this grim-looking snake thing's trying to eat through the hull. Come get us already.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Love that for me. Okay, so I want to go back down because I need to get what I have. Okay, so I need 2 silver ores for a wiring kit. I already have a computer chip. 2 silver ores for a wiring kit. I only have one silver ore, so I need to go hunt for more silver. And I need to go hunt for... I need to hunt for silver. And I need to hunt for more battery. Acid mushrooms and copper ore. So silver, acid, copper. Silver, acid, copper. Silver, acid, copper. Well, that's that. So that's done. Does the material in these caves respawn over time, or do I have to keep looking elsewhere? Probably keep looking elsewhere. Okay, let's be safe. Come on, come on, come here. Thank you. I'll take that sulfur. I'll take that sulfur any day. Ah! Shit! God damn. Got stuck on something. I don't need more titanium. Copper, yes. I knew it. I knew it. Okay. I knew you were still following me, you son of a bitch. So I need silver, acid, copper. Oh, quartz in there. Silver looks different than all of this. I think, no, that's no quartz. I don't need quartz. And yet I grab it. Might as well. More copper. I'll always need more copper. Quartz. I see more table coral. So silver. Okay, I think these big tunnels had stuff in them too. Quartz, titanium, copper. Does silver look different, or is silver in one of these? I think silver's different. Quartz, 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 titanium, copper. I needed copper anyway, so it's fine. I only found that one piece of silver somewhere. I wish I had paid attention to where I found it. Where to find silver? I wish I could remember where I found it. I think I found like one piece in this like little cave system, going through it a million times. But I don't think this stuff respawns. It might. It makes sense for it to at some point. Not like... Oh, hello. More copper.
Oxygen.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, more stuff to giant. Rest of you. I need to make sure I scan all of the stuff that I find, because that might, I don't know, maybe record where to find it in my logs, maybe? I don't know how that stuff works. It's titanium, copper. I need more copper than I need titanium.
Critical state. Quantum detonation will occur within 2 hours.
Quantum detonation occurs in 2 hours. Oh, I want to be there for that. Where to find is that silver? Is that silver? No, that looks like little flower polyps. Hmm. Silver, silver, silver. Ah! Oh, they explode so much faster when they're on top of you. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I need to heal before I find another one of those and get exploded and lose all my stuff. Just head back home. Not exactly a successful trip. Got a ton of stuff, but no silver. I only have 1 silver ore and I need 2. I get +2. Okay. I guess I can make habitats out of that. Oh, I can make power cells. But I need 2 batteries, high mobile power source. Solar power cell. Oh, these are for this thing. Okay. Wire, so I have enough for all of this. Oh, geological data. Scattered wreckage, indigenous life forms. Okay, so limestone outcroppings only have copper or titanium, so silver's this whole separate thing. So next time I see silver, I need to scan it. Because limestone closer analysis often form around titanium and are distinct to this planet or the mechanics from around titanium copper source. Okay. So, I need to get rid of stuff. I have too much things. Okay, so I haven't needed quartz quite yet. So let's swap out some of these for my copper. Lead's probably going to be useful for something. And I find titanium literally everywhere, but sulfur is hard to come by. I need these acids for something. Titanium's really easy, so it's fine to get rid of more titanium. I don't need any of this quartz. I'll keep this last table coral and then get rid of the rest. Titanium, you make glass out of quartz. Okay, so glass is probably going to be used for crafting homes for my bases, which I don't necessarily need right now. Right now I'm just on a hunt for silver. Which I found in a cave. Oh, air. They're not going to be in limestone outcroppings, so don't. Gold. Silver. Oh, shoot. Silver. Okay, so they're in sandstone outcroppings. That doesn't matter anymore, because I have... Because I now have 2. I think I have enough to make a habitat builder. Save the battery on my Sea Glide, I'm going to need it. Okay, so sandstone... Oh, I should have searched for it, but now I know what it is. Sandstone outcroppings are for gold and silver. So, grab the other silver ore that I have, and then use it to make a wiring kit. And then electronics, battery. I need those 2 acid mushrooms from here. Electronics, battery. And I think I put away the chip. I did. So now I can create a habitat. Ow! Dutch! Hey, Dutch. How you doing? I was so enraptured. All the bouncies here. Wait, let me get you a shout out. How you doing? Pacific Drive. I don't think I've heard of that one. How you been? I've just been playing some of this.
Is designed to construct habitats
Raptures and
capable of
Bioshock
withstanding extreme environmental conditions.
This is true. I mean, I could make Rapture in here. I just got the habitat builder, so do not doubt me. I'll just put this on 1. So I'll use that at some point. Just pick up your aunt's phone message. I'm checking my text messages.
This is LifePod 3, uploading our coordinates. We're plugging some holes in our emergency Sea Glide, so if we're late for the rendezvous, don't panic. Also, don't go home without us. Seriously. 3 out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Thank you for reminding me. I would have forgotten. Okay, now I can do these. And unpin all. Yeah. What is my next? I think I want some fins. Silicone rubber. Can I make that? Wait. What was silicone rubber made of? Crete fine seed clusters. Crap, I think I turned all of those into oil. Ah! I have to go get more. I have too much shit. Okay, I need this gold because I don't find it very often. I keep this copper. I'll keep a couple more quartz. 10 times over. I love it. Oh shit. Okay. It'll be good to have you around then, because I've only ever watched people play this game, and I've never actually done it myself, so I'm like learning as I go. I'll keep more titanium. I have a beacon for me later. I'll just get rid of everything else. I want a clean slate. Or if I find anything more useful. Quartz seems to be pretty plentiful, so I'll keep 4 of both. Just to have a little bit of an excess. I don't need filtered water because I'm not playing survival. I'll keep the first... I need to take the first aid kit. Yep. I keep forgetting to heal myself. That's fine. Oh, I have another message?
This is LifePod 6. I have a passenger on board. Coordinates attached. We've landed a kilometer from the crash site, but there's radiation in between us and the rendezvous. Request immediate assistance. 6 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
Excellent. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. So what is the plan, Stan? What is the plan? I kind of want to make some fins. And if I can, a high capacity... I have to find some more silver. A high capacity tank and some fins should be my next goal. So I just need silicone rubber for the fins, which means I need creep vine clusters, which means they're over... there. Yeah, this game's always been on my radar as something that I'd like to play. But like I watch so many people play like come on, grab it. Grab it. Okay. I got it. So I got that, gonna turn that into rubber. And I'll deal with the rest of it later. But yeah, I never got around to playing it mainly because I wasn't really enjoying watching other people play it. And I think I was more afraid of it at the time. Like afraid of like oceans and deep water, so I was like, oh, I can't do it. But since I've like learned a lot about this game since then, like not by actually playing it, but just by watching, I'm like, okay, I can do it now that I'm armed with at least a little bit of knowledge. Silicone rubber. Okay. Tools? No? Equipment. Fins.
The fabricator draws from available data to provide environment-appropriate equipment using locally available materials.
Excellent.
For your safety, this setting cannot be overridden.
Another third game, Subnautica 2. Yeah. As much as I like some of the creatures in Below Zero, I have watched playthroughs of it, and I can see people's problem with it. It's not terrible, but it could be better. Glass. Do I have any extra silver ore? I don't think I do. I think I just have gold. I think I have one piece of gold. I don't need all these creep vine clusters. I could just turn all that into silicone rubber and just keep it on me. Unfortunately, when you have to live up to the sex first thing, it's a hard part. Yeah, true. Honestly, weird strategy for them to go from 1 to Below Zero to this, because I feel like it worked in their favor that Below Zero wasn't quite what people wanted. And then they were like, okay, and then they went back to the drawing board with 2 and like made it more like 1 and like, okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. Because so far, I feel like 2's getting great reviews so far. I don't know about their method to like do early access, but I have heard that the development of 2 has been very like contested with people trying to screw the development over, so I can see why they're sort of early accessing it for funding. Jamie and I are going to play tomorrow. Ooh, fun! Oh, I forgot 2 has multiplayer, doesn't it? But 1 was early access for a while. It was. I imagine 2 is not going to be in early access for as long, just because like the team should be bigger. I'd hope so. But I mean, their company got acquired, so who knows? Who knows? Here's hoping it doesn't stay in access for as long. Okay. Let me... I need to know... I want to know what a battery costs to make. Where is it? There it is. Acid mushrooms and copper ore. So copper ore is not that hard to find either, so I can just make more batteries. Should I just have... just like make an extra battery before I leave, just in case my Sea Glide dies. That sounds like a smart idea, right? So I need copper. So I need this. I need this.
Emergency. A quantum detonation has occurred in the Aurora's drive core. The reactor will reach a supercritical state in T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh. Oh, brother, you're falling into the trap. What do you mean? Isn't it smart to keep a battery on you? Turn to make a lead line suit. Time to make a lead line suit. Okay, so fiber mesh and lead. I have lead. I've already found some lead. So what? Pin recipe. Fiber mesh ingredients unknown. Shoot. You will find so... I'll find so many batteries? Okay. But... I don't know where I'll find them. I'm a baby. I'm gonna make one. I'm just gonna make one. Just for the Sea Glide. Just in case, like, in my route to find more batteries, I need to refill. I'll make one. I'll heed your warning. I'll keep the silicone rubber for later. Quartz seems plentiful, or at least I know where it is, so I'll make glass for my dome later. One extra battery. Copper seems... I don't find a lot of copper. I don't know what I need more than... That is the problem, isn't it? Because I don't know what I need more than other stuff. So I'm just kind of like stockpiling random things. Okay, I was going to make multiple batteries, but like you talked me out of it. So, Shallows crew reported their Sea Glide damaged. Sea Glide. Okay, so that's the little single-person submarine, which would be handy to start working towards, because I'm going to need that regardless. So let's head over there. Wait, no. Oh, I don't have the blueprint for fiberglass yet, so I can't make it. But the high-capacity oxygen tank, I think... Hold on. Standard O2 tank, I have that. Glass is made from quartz. Titanium, I have that. Silver ore, I need to find more of. Is there like a specific place I can find silver ore? Because I know it's made from sand deposits, like how copper and titanium are made from limestone deposits. Have you made the fence? I have made the fence. They're already attached to me, I believe. Yes. Oh, my oxygen tank is empty. What the fuck? Oh, I see. I see what it's doing. Never mind. You'll find it in the kelp forest. Okay. So sandstone in the kelp forest. Got it. Because I've found like piddly little pieces of sandstone here and there, but nowhere. Creature egg. Don't need that right yet. Give me a bubble. Thank you. I will fight anyone that attacks me. I'm the scared beast. Oh, hello, babies. Hello, little babies. This is the oh. Salt deposit. What do I need salt for? I don't see any sandstone down here. Gah! Oh, is that it? No, that's a limestone outcrop. Nope. Oh, but copper. Oh, they're playing with toys. They're so sweet, they're playing with toys. I couldn't find sandstone. Is this what you mean, or is this a different... Is this not the same as kelp? What does this do? Creepvine sample. It can be around there. Okay. As long as I have a place to keep going back to for gold and silver, I am... Don't. I think I'm too afraid. You can use creepvine samples as food, and it also makes fiber mesh. Okay, I don't have the blueprint for fiber mesh, but can I... Wait, do I scan it? And it'll give me the blueprint?
30 seconds.
Right? Am I learning? Box. Party boys. Vehicle bay for... Ooh, okay. Sorry, my net has died, so I'm audio only for a second. Oh, okay. That's okay. I'm currently, like, learning. I'm doing my best. I'm finding salt deposits, but I'm not finding sandstone deposits while I dodge these stalkers. I just want a reliable source of sandstone. Haven't seen one around here yet. And by, like, kelp forest, since you're audio only, I'm in the creepvine forest. Is that what you mean by kelp forest, or is there a literal separate kelp forest? Let me make sure. Okay, creepvine samples. I don't need all these samples. I'll keep 3. I'll get rid of the quartz. I have 1 salt deposit. Yes, creepvine forest. No, you're fine. You're fine. Kelp forest makes more sense to my brain because it is. It's just alien kelp. Tis just be alien kelp. Stalker tooth. Okay, I know stalker teeth are used for something, and if I don't have to fight a stalker to get it this time. Okay, you're playing with toys. I'm finding a ton of salt around here, but I'm not finding... No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Bad boy.
30 seconds.
I'm gonna scan your... Get scanned, idiot. Enameled glass, yes. Okay. So quartz makes glass, which I'm assuming is going to be used for... I don't need limestone. I haven't found a single salt thing down here. Our salt... Every time I've found sandstone deposits, they've been in caves. Like, deep in caves. Because that's kind of what I'm on the hunt for. If you find a trench of kelp, there's usually more sandstone. So further down, there's usually more sandstone. Understood. Ooh. Pretty. Oh. Oh, that's lead. Come on.
30 seconds.
Okay. I have an idea. It's just hidden down here. Okay, I found a little trench. Thank you for letting me know about trenches. Trent Reznor. Limestone.
Be advised. advised. A common complication for cave divers is loss of orientation, followed by eventual asphyxiation.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't advise me that I'm gonna die. Ad break starts in 30 seconds, y'all. Just telling you that right now. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, it explodes. Oh, okay. Narrowly dodged that. Look at me go. Oh, I'm so lucky. I'm so actually lucky. Beware the geothermal vent. I went straight down into it with no fear. I didn't. Okay, so geothermal vent is near the kelp forest, but it has a ton of sandstone in it. Okay, so I have okay, I think I have everything I need. If I can do what you said and make fiberglass, fiber mesh out of creep vine clusters, which I can. Oh, I didn't grab enough samples. Shoot, I need to go back and grab some more samples. I just ran out of space in my thing. Wait, creep vine sample. I have one. Do I need 2 per fiber mesh? I do need 2 per fiber mesh, so I need to go get one more. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go do that, because there's one right there. Excellent. So, one more fiber mesh. Okay, so now I can make the lead line suit. So I'm wearing the radiation suit. Cool. Now let's take that off my thing. So now I'm going to go for the high capacity tank. I need the standard oxygen tank and also glass, which I will get from quartz. I only have 2 pieces of quartz, so. Oh, shoot. I kept throwing away quartz. Is there some still on the roof? Oh, yep. It's all down here. Is the only reason, like, I'm... Add jail. I'm sorry. To add jail with you. Some more glass. Enameled glass for stalker teeth. Oh, I see. Okay. So now I can upgrade high capacity O2 tank. Oh my god, I'm doing so good. I'm doing so well, you guys. Keep that stalker tooth for later. I don't... Lubricant is from the kelp forest, which is easy to get. So I'm gonna get rid of some of that and replace it with the copper and silver, which I don't find it. Ow! You're doing great, sweet. Thank you. Ow! Coffee, why you peeking? Why you being a gremlin? Freedom, welcome back from ad jail. I'm gonna keep the sulfur because it's a pain in the butt to get. I don't need this fucking creature egg. I don't care. Keep the gold, keep the silver. Salt seems easy to find in the kelp forest. Silicone rubber, lead. I don't know if I need more lead. Probably for like radiation-based things. I don't find it too often, so I'll keep a couple pieces. And then I'll get rid of the rest. Because I have a lot of rubber. Let's trade the titanium and the copper out for the rubber. Thank you for the pet. Thank you for the pet. My meeting ended now, so I can actually pay attention to stream. Oh, hell yeah. Build you a house, kill it. Oh. Okay. I do have a... Let me get rid of this pinned 1, 2. Unpin. Okay. Is there a... Like, where would you suggest I build the first house? Like, closer to the kelp forest? Like... Because I do want to build it a decent ways away from the... Like, this little guy. Just to have, like, multiple checkpoints. On land. Build it by a Leviathan. I don't want to do that. I think you're lying to me. So you can wake up with him and say hello. That's some advice I would give, and I never listen to myself, so... Give the Reaper Leviathan a little smooth. I would give him a kiss on the forehead. I'd give him a kiss. Build a newer, better one later. Newer, better one later. Okay, so just make something that at least I can store a bunch more stuff in. Okay, I'm gonna build it a little bit closer to the kelp forest, though. Just to have a slightly closer place, because it seems like I'm going to be going over there sooner rather than later, so if I build the base over here somewhere, it'll benefit me a little bit more. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. I'm new to sea madness. Based air pump. Oh, based. Based air pump. To Aurora. Aurora, into the Aurora eventually. Oh, the submarine? Yeah. Window, X compartment, interior modules, miscellaneous. Foundation. I need lead. Oh, shit. Okay. So lead. No, the Aurora is the ship that explodes earlier that is currently pissing radiation. Oh, okay. Right. No, wait. I knew that. Yep. That's how much I've been paying attention. So, titanium, lead, and glass seem to be my friends right now. So titanium, get rid of all the rubber. Titanium, lead, and glass is made with quartz, so I'll turn all this quartz into glass. I don't need this creature egg. Titanium, quartz, that's all the stuff I have. And I think I have more like on the ground somewhere. So make all the glass. Get got. They did get got. I feel sorry for them. We didn't get got. We're fine. We're straight up chilling. Tools. Flashlight. I don't need a flashlight. Flashlights are for chumps. Flashlights are for cowards. Oh, I do need a beacon for when I make a base that's like in a weirder spot, don't I? Because I did make a beacon just in case I went off on my own somewhere. And just kind of forgot what I was doing. I'm going to go over there and do it. New mod for this game that added the Gargantuan Leviathan Giant from the intro. Yeah, I saw that. It looks so cool. want this foundation. Just do it right here. Okay, so window. No. How do I make a wall? Am I gonna die? Nope, I'm good. But I like watching them. I can't play games like this because I'll have a panic like what? Same. Nah, tubes for now. Okay. Tubes for now, guys. Just make a bunch of tubes. I didn't even need to make that foundation. Give me this. Tubes on foundation. But I don't need the foundation. It's kind of just up on its own, right? Hatch. Wait, I don't have hatch stuff. Quartz. I need more quartz. Oh, I need quartz straight up for the hatch. I thought I was just going to need to make glass for the hatch, but it needs quartz for the hatch. Oh, bother. Okay. Integrity, then it can rupture and flood. Oh, I see. Okay. Understood. I'll remake it all. I'll remake it. It's okay. I knew there was quartz around here somewhere. Yep. I'm gonna forget. There it is. Have you seen gameplay from Subnautica? It's so pretty. A little water. Or did you ever find silver while I was in ad jail? I found a little bit. I found enough to make the stuff I was trying to make, which was the increased fuel capacity or increased O2 tank and the suit. I made the radiation suit while you were in ad jail. Okay, so I'll make a foundation like you say. Can I just make it underneath it and it'll be fine? Or do I have to... Okay, sick. Do that. Hatch.
Emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Okay. Like, this game is... Oh, the sequel looks so much better, yeah. Like, this game gets away... This game's almost 7 gigabytes. You want to put a solar panel on top. Okay. Solar panel. I need titanium. I already used all my titanium? Shit. Come on, be titanium. Nope. Oh, I left a ton of titanium back at the base. Hold on. I dropped a ton of it. Like, I love how the second game... How many gigs so far is the second game? This game looks great at the time of release. Game graphics have just changed a lot in between this game and now. Yeah. I will say, this game's, like, graphics gets the job done very well. Where's my base? Where did I put it? I knew this would happen. Oh, there it is. Okay. You. Yeah, it still looks pretty. They went for stylized over high fidelity and gave the game a longevity. It did. And honestly, I bet it helped modders a lot more too. Because this game has so many fun mods. Okay, so... habitat to attach pipework. I imagine that's to keep funneling air into this place. Is there air production working? I am the captain. I will get you crunched. No cereal. Okay. Can I just build in here? Oh, I can. Just to make it longer. Okay. Yep, as long as you have power, you have air. Okay. Good to know. I can make a glass compartment, low structural integrity. I don't really care about windows. I can just reinforce things. How about you just build one more? Because it's still on a foundation, so the structural integrity should still be okay. And -1 to base hull strength. Okay, so I need to... I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Can I reinforce? I'll reinforce it a little bit. Titanium. You need lithium for that. Oh, okay. Oh, I haven't even encountered lithium yet. It's okay. Interior modules. I need table coral. Wall locker. Oh, yes, please. I need so many wall lockers. Okay. I keep hitting the wrong damn buttons. Okay. I don't really care about a radio. I don't really care about an aquarium. The wall lockers can all be labeled, so I think my next thing would be getting some table coral samples and putting a fabricator in here just for ease of access. So I'll find some table coral, which shouldn't be that bad. Can label them as sorters. I have a bad habit of just throwing shit into places if I don't do that, so that's why I made like a bunch starting out just to... There it is. I will label them all, I promise. Oh, give me some of this. Give me some of that, because I'm going to be using a lot of titanium. So, edit locker name. Titanium. Wait, let's make the fabricator first and foremost. And then I can turn that metal scrap into more titanium. Just to fill my locker up. And then I'll go out. If I need any more, I'll just find more. Titanium. Okay, so titanium. And let's just make this one copper. Let's change this. The A is gonna fuck me up. Fun fact, if a stalker is coming for you, you drop scrap, it will bite the scrap instead. And that's how you farm their teeth. Oh! Oh, that makes sense. First time you see them, they're just like throwing a bunch of scrap everywhere. Copper ore. Let's just label this one plants, so this one can have like table coral and mushrooms, and then I'll make so many more of these. Is there anything else I should make? Because So I think I'm doing fine right now. Signs, configure, don't care. Do not care about signs. Honestly, I just want to make like a shit ton of lockers. Okay. Honestly, I think I'm just going to use all my titanium to make lockers. Just to give myself as much gold. And then like, I'll spend a whole stream just filling this room with stuff. Locker. For it is veg time. Hope you have a good veg time. Night night, Dutch. Good seeing you. Thanks for hopping in. Thanks for popping in and helping out. I appreciate it. All the love. Extreme underwater house makeover. I need more storage space for all my furry smut. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna change this one to be silver. So silver and gold can be right next to each other. And then this one can be plants. So table coral. This, let's see, glass. I need more storage space for all my titanium accessories. I do. I sell titanium and titanium accessories. I'm Spank Hill. I still have one piece of titanium. You go into the titanium thing. Lead. Glass, which what makes glass again? What makes glass? Quartz. That's what this needs to be. Quartz. It's quartz. Lead. Oh wait, no, I have a lead one. What other thing do I need to like? I've always said many times before that we always either have an abundance of titanium or a shortage of it. There's no in between. Yeah. Because I imagine titanium's going to be like, it is abundant because you use it a lot. So I need to plan ahead for that. Maybe even make 2 of these titanium. I guess I can turn this one into salt. I don't really have a lot of need for salt. I don't know of a need for salt quite yet. And this can be for this can just be miscellaneous. This glass can go in there, salt, silicone rubber can go in there. Salt, salt. Quartz is glass, so I'm just gonna put the glass in there. I answered your question out loud, then remembered it's a live stream. You can't hear me? I feel that so bad. Oh, I feel you. I like this music. Okay. Now that I have like a safe space to like sit and be for a second, I'm gonna take a break real quick and go get dinner, and then I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes. That sound good, y'all? Because the dinner's been ready for like 20 minutes now in the kitchen, so I'm gonna go grab me a plate and relax for a moment, and then we'll be back to continue. See y'all all in a moment. Don't shrimp. BRB.
There's an open road, and now an open door, and a pretty girl's hand beside yours. Do you know what to do if she looks at you? Can you leap from the ledge and bridge the two halves of the world? Hold her hand. We'll never pass this way again. Hold her hand. Forever of a slow dance. Her breath is deep as you make it. There's a chance if you take it, and a heart that you break is still a heart. Take me now, baby, here as I am. Pull me close, try and understand. Desire is hunger, is the fire I breathe. Love is a banquet on which we feed. Come on now, try and understand the way I feel when I'm in your hands. Take my hand, come undercover. They can't hurt you now, can't hurt you now, can't hurt you now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Have I doubt when I'm alone? Love is a ring, a telephone. Love is an angel disguised as lust. Here in our bed till the morning comes. Come on now, try and understand the way I feel under your command. Take my hand as the sun descends. They can't touch you now, can't touch you now, can't touch you now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. We love, we sleep without the vicious circle turns and burns without you. Oh, I cannot live, forgive the yearning, burning. I believe it's time to real, to feel. So touch me now, touch me now, touch me now. Oh, because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because the night belongs to lovers. If we believe in the night we trust. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. There's traffic on the bridge, but the skyline shines with a certain light. And I know you're sick of it, but I know we're happy hour nearby. And there's a possibility that one day things will get better for the huddled masses in between the shadows and the stars. Floating empire held up by frame wire. Higher cover you in winter like a blanket by the fire. When the rent's too high, we'll just buy cheaper wine and hang on to see if weather constellations hold together or not. 4 years in Brooklyn, and happy birthday, darling, when we feel young again. I'd like to take you dancing, 'cause there's a possibility
Nature! Wait, let me get you a shout out. Nature, hello! Good morning to you. Okay. How you doing, Nature? Okay. You know what? Time to just go on a spree. I think I'm still in game. I don't need creatures. I don't freaking need no damn creatures. I don't freaking need it. Wait. The audio's probably doubling. There you go. Oh wait, you know what? Nope, don't you even dare. I will kill you dead. Wanna go? Wanna fucking go? I'll kill you. Where you going? That's what I fucking thought, idiot. They started it. They were nipping at my heels. Ooh, wait, no. I gotta go back to my base and grab all that extra stuff that I threw off the ledge. Don't do that, ever. Ever make those noises at me. Nutrient block. I don't even need that. No, no, no. I don't need these. Okay, I think I... Wait, let me grab everything from... don't like that. Don't like that giggle. Don't like it. Let's grab everything from here and just kind of do a switcheroo. Bring it to my new base. Table coral. Inventory full, that's fine. Air crash, land in an alien planet and start hearing disembodied giggles all the time. It becomes a problem. So,
Welcome aboard, Captain.
plants embodies these and this. I have some gold now to put in here. I have some silver. I think I'll need sulfur more than I'll put sulfur and salt in here. Sulfur. I know. Full salt. Salt. Salt, salt. Sulfur and salt. Miscellaneous is the rubber silicone and the lubricant. Reminds me of the meme I having a teleport must suck. You're on the other side. Oh, that would suck for me. For real. Titanium. Copper. Oh, and I have an extra... Wait, no, I'm keeping that battery on me. Stalker tooth can go in miscellaneous. Nutrient block. Can I break down the nutrient block and turn it into something? No. What happens if I use it? Nothing. Okay. Mobile vehicle bay, which I can't make quite yet. Sea glide, already have that. Grab trap. Okay, let's head to there in the middle of the night. Keeping out for goodies along the way. I don't think I need to necessarily. Where am I going? This way. It's so dark over here. No. There you go. Compass.
New blueprint acquired. Integrating new PDA
So
data.
many-
New PDA data.
Everyone's talking at once. Calm yourselves, please. The light from my sea glide. I think I got everything I needed from this place, which was a compass. Nothing crazy over here as far as I can tell. Toggle the light. Yes, please. Are there anything other goodies around here? Something may have fallen off the ledge and into this hole. Oh, yeah. You got anything for me? Nope. I'll take some salt shore. You suck. Get juked, idiot. Popper. You missed. You missed. You thought. You thought. Come here. You fucker. Oh, you stuck in a little hole like a stupid idiot, huh? 'Tis I am the one who stalks. Ooh. Found this. Too much stuff. So I know there's like a laser cutter that I used to get through that, but is there another way in? Mayhaps? This needs like a laser cutter to get in. I don't have a laser cutter, but maybe around here would be the blueprints or a laser cutter. Bioreactor. Oh. Handy. You need to be stopped, okay? Okay, so I can make a mobile vehicle bay.
New blueprint acquired.
Which I think is for the sea moth. Two goodies. Let me drop a couple of these because I don't need all of them. I want more of this. I want to take some of these teeth back. How about you stop it? You're scaring the children. Okay. And by the children, I mean me. I am merely but a child. I'm just a baby. I'm just a wee baby.
Oxygen.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. There's my base. Okay. So I already checked out that's salt. Yep. Creepvine seed clusters can be turned into more silicone rubber. Oh, let me just make a bunch of titanium ingot. I can use that for something later. Just make this. I don't need to make that. Displays compass heading on the HUD. That would be very helpful, actually. Conserves oxygen while diving. It absorbs and recycles CO2 into breathable air. Oh. Okay. What's this? Anything new? Mobile vehicle bay. That will be handy in the future regardless, so. This. And then titanium. Then miscellaneous. Teeth in there. Nutrient block, sure, I don't need it. Alright. Take a sippy of my water. Everybody drink water. Everybody drink water, please. Please drink water. Okay. Why is it scary? Why is everything scary? Okay, I don't have a good idea of what I need to be doing. Let's see what I can make. If I can make the mobile vehicle bay right now, I'm going to do it. So let's check it out and see what I can do. Okay, I need to make the compass. That'll be handy. And then the mobile vehicle bay. Those are my two goals right now. So I need lubricant, titanium ingot, and a power cell, which is 2 batteries and silicone rubber. I already have 1 battery, but I'm gonna have to put that in my Sea Glide very soon. And I need a wiring kit, which is 2 silver ore, which I think I have silver. I have exactly 2 silver ore. Okay. I can make the compass right now. So I need copper too. I think I just need 2 copper. So I need copper wire and a wiring kit. Compass. Okay. Displays compass heading on the Seamoth, I'm assuming. Okay, so let's. I'll wait till it does that, but till I get the battery. I need a battery charger. I don't even think I need to find the blueprints for that first. I know there's one. There is one. Okay, so compass is done. Don't need that. Mobile vehicle bay, titanium ingots, power cell. I need 2 batteries, which means I need. Which means I need acid mushrooms and copper ore. So I need 2 more copper ore, which I think I have. Yep. And I need 4 acid mushrooms, which I have exactly 4. Look at me go. I'm so good. Pet stuff. I had to step away. Hey, nature! How'd DeKello good. I was streaming. I just like on a whim decided to stream today. And some people jumped in to hang out for a little bit before they had to leave. And I ended up drawing Chill's Ascended Slime earlier. And then I bought Subnautica and now I'm playing this. What am I doing? Oh, I need to make a power cell. Silicone rubber. Oh. How are you doing? Oop. You sleep well? Oh, let me go. Okay. So I need 1 lubricant. And then I need titanium, which I think it's 10 titanium. 7, 8, 9, 10. To make 1 rod. I'll be lurking, going to make 1 more video with my Switch 2 before sending a long ass Taylor about my Switch 2. What the fuck? Are you like what happened? I thought I heard you saying something about your Switch 2 last night, but I can't remember what happened. No, I tested and got some videos last night. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Release. Nope, 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 nope. Come back. No recipes available. Okay, that's fine. At least I made it. And honestly, that's a good like marker for this base if I'm ever at the top and see it. But yeah, testing's got some videos last night. What? Okay, you're lurking, so you're focusing on something else. But yeah, thank you for the lurk. I was gonna ask you a ton of questions, but like, I was like, you're doing something, my bad. Let's see. I was gonna wonder what happened to your Switch. I don't think I remember the problem with it was. What the problem with it was. It intermittently stops reading physical game cards. Oh, yeah, that's bad. Oof. Jeez, yeah, I hope they replace that. Because if that's why you have to make a legal thing, but the retailer intent claim it has no faults detected. That's so stupid. Like, obviously something's going on. Do I need to make a radio here? Wait, hold on. Habitat builder? Radio, titanium, 1 titanium, 1 copper. Do I have any more copper? I literally have a video of it testing and failing to read my games that I sent to Nintendo and they claimed it worked. It works on my Switch 1. Oh.
This is Avery Quinn of Trading Ship Sunbeam. Aurora, do you read? Over? Nothing but vacuum. These Altera ships. They run low on engine grease, send an SOS. You offer to help, they don't pick up. Aurora, I'm out on the far side of the system. It's gonna take more than a week to reach your position. Do you still need our assistance? Over. I'll try them again tomorrow. Damn charter's gonna have us blowing our credits running errands for Altera. See what the long-range scans pick up in the meantime.
Alright, it disappeared now. Good luck. Okay. I feel like making one of these would be, like a medical kit fabricator would be handy. Fabricates a medical kit every 30 minutes. Did I deconstruct the one in the main base? 1%. 2%. Oh, I see. Strain near a cave system and is under attack. I can see my camp from over here. Can I see the mobile vehicle bay? Kinda in the distance. Okay. Let's see. Let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. I'm pretty sure this is the same one that I just went to, but I feel like I missed stuff when I was over here.
Local scans show a nearby cave entrance, depth 90 meters, leading to an unknown environmental biome.
Unknown environmental biome, I see, okay. Sea moth, okay. Getting somewhere with you.
Integrating PDA data.
Bioreactor, good, good, good.
Near blueprint acquired.
Oh. I don't think I'm meant to go down there yet. Don't feel ready.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
I'll call you up. What are you? Oh, wrong button. Laser cutter. Ooh, yes.
30 seconds.
Go, 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 go. Nope. I want more goodies. I know I'm missing stuff. I have to be missing stuff. Sure, I'll farm quartz while I'm here. Salt deposit requires special tool. Trying to see if I'm missing any. Big things. Any more scannables that I can pick? That feels like... Oh, that goes down far. I can't make that. That's beyond my crush depth. Just gonna grab as much crap as I can while I'm here. Lead, good. Oh, those little chompy boys. Okay. The chompy lads are over there. Okay. Okay. I'm scared. No, give me the whole thing. Thank you. Okay, I don't think there's much of anything down here. Making sure I got everything. I just don't want to miss anything. Gold, cool. Oh, okay, I didn't know there was a reef back here. I was thinking that was something else entirely. I'll take this. Oh, this has a lot of like silver and stuff in this little area.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
It's okay. It's okay. That's okay. I'm just trying to make sure that I have everything I need. I need to come back here at some point for more, because I think I found there was sea moth fragments here. So, okay, so I know the limit of my... Oh, chompy boy. Yeah, that's fine. I know the limits of my depth at this point. So, all I need to worry about now... is getting those sea moth fragments. Which I've only found one. I hope they're not like at every individual. Am I still okay? Yeah. Stop! Stop! Just stop. Don't do that. Don't. It freaks me out. Fuck ass little giggle. You're fine. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm learning. Give me that sulfur. I'm beginning to believe. Ooh, stuff. There's a second one. Where was it? I thought I saw. There it is. What is causing the giggle? I'm pretty sure it's the Zabulba looking fuckers. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, there it is. It's the green guys. It's those like green guys that they got the fart clouds. Yeah, these things. Yeah, the fart cloud looking guys. Okay, where's my camp at? That way. Yeah, that's the scariest thing. Those green guys aren't exactly like a problem in terms of being dangerous. They do hurt if you get caught up in their fart cloud, but like... worst part about them is their little giggle. I have tons of... what the hell is this? Creature egg. I don't need this. There it is.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, so I have a depleted battery, which I'll need to fix at some point. Turn this titanium into titanium. Okay, quartz. Copper. Didn't find much of that. Lead. Salt. Titanium. Gold. Silver. Sulfur. Okay. Okay. We're working. We're doing it. Okay. Had to respond to somebody real quick. Okay, so I'm replenishing my supplies of stuff pretty... I know I'm gonna need more.
This is Officer Keenan, Light Pod 19. The captain is gone. I have assumed command. The last thing the captain did was give me coordinates for dry land. We regroup 1.5 kilometers southwest of the crash site. Stay together and good luck. This message will now repeat.
Rendezvous coordinates corrupted. Transmission origin coordinates downloaded. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Second Officer Keen's last broadcast location. Okay. I kind of just want to explore in a direction for a little bit and just kind of, you know, just like go by vibes a little bit. I feel like what could go wrong if I just go by vibes, you know what I mean? Like what Like, oh look, a box. Please have nothing in you. Oh, thank God. Relax, actually. Okay, there you go. Be gone with your farty self. Oh my God, they sound awful. This is the part of the game where I just vibe, where I need stuff. I know I'm gonna need stuff. I don't know what I need it for yet, but I know I'm gonna need stuff. I like stuff. Who doesn't like stuff, personally? Oh. Ah, I didn't get to the thing fast enough. Didn't hurt me too much. Give me all these goodies. I love these little things. These little things are so weird looking. Wait. Shuttle bug. I want a little shuttle bug. I want a shuttle bug friend. Shuttle bugs are my favorite.
30 seconds.
Seconds of oxygen remaining. Please be a way out. Oh shit. I just want goodies. Is that so much to ask? All I've ever wanted in my life was treats and goodies. Is that so much for me to ask? A treat here, a goodie there. Can't see the damn thing. Oh, I know where I am. Okay. Okay. Okay, I need to stockpile a bunch of stuff for batteries. Dutch says I'll find batteries as I go. And I believe Dutch. But right now I haven't found a lot of batteries, so I need to prepare for that. I won't prepare a lot. I'll do a battery as I need it. I won't stockpile them though. Right now I'm just gonna... What's this? Oh. Time to just swim. Time to just swim around. What is this? Is that egg I got rid of? Yeah. That's probably like a stalker egg that I can hatch later or something. This game is very cool. But there's that box I found that had nothing in it. So, okay. I want to make sure I get everything from each area. Because if there's even the slightest... I just want to... Because if I don't want to miss the sea moth, even though I feel like they wouldn't do it in such a way that you would miss it. Also the laser cutter. If there's a laser cutter in this box, which I don't think I've found this mobile vehicle fragment bay. Okay, no. You can stop being a bastard right now, I think. Nope, nope. You little bitch. I saw what you're trying to do. You're trying to nibble. You're trying to nibble upon my loins. My loins are non-nibblable. You son of a bitch. Is that a pipe? Is that more fragment? Oh, yeah. I'll take it. Orpal. Oh. Pop the top. I'll go in there. I need stuff anyway. Hello, baby. Who's clicking? Clickers. I'll be clicking. Inventory full. Looks good to me. Fish go boom. Hey, Kay. How you doing? Here, let me get you a shout out. How you doing? How was your day? Doing okay, just like after working outside for half the day. Damn. Were you working back at the house outside most of the day? I found like 1 silver and no gold. Plants, didn't bring back any of those. Lead, I have 1 piece of lead. Quartz, plenty of quartz. And then silver. And then turn that into titanium. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, oops. Don't do that. Okay, so I have full titanium, which I feel like still isn't enough, but I have gold and silver is hard to come by, man. Yeah, we're gonna completely redoing our backyard. Oh, damn, nice. Alright, what can I make? Another standard O2 tank. Rebreather. Conserves oxygen when diving deeper. Absorbs recycled CO2 into breathable air. Did that rebreather come with the radiation helmet? Lead-lined radiation helmet. I need the rebreather, I think. So, can I make it right now? Okay, so I need fiber mesh, which is crete vine samples, and silver ore. So I need 2 silver ore. Did I save any crete vine samples? Nope. Okay, in case I die, I'm gonna put this in there. Nice. Well, how are you gonna be redoing your backyard? Just planting stuff, or are you just like clearing the way to plant stuff at this point?
Aurora, this is Sunbeam again. We just picked up a massive debris field at your location. I didn't know how bad, how many of you, I didn't know. We're now en route to your location. We're gonna bring you home. Sunbeam out. What else can I say? The only time I parked a rig this big on a rock that small was in VR. and I blew it. It's a bad option, all right, but so are all the others.
So I need to go check in on them, where they're gonna pick us up at some point. So I need fiber mesh, which means I need creep vine, which means I'm gonna pop over here. Oh, wrong way.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So, fiber mesh. So, creepvine samples only make fiber mesh. The seed clusters make both silicone rubber and lubricants, so I can just turn all this creepvine samples into fiber mesh. What the fuck was that? Good lord, please, don't, actually. I'd rather you didn't. So, give me one fiber mesh and one of these. Conserves oxygen when diving deeper. Just making sure I don't already have one of those. I'll keep the flares because they. Oh my god! Okay. I will drink water and then shrimp. Baby's their own gated off space. Oh, hell yeah! Should I bring the fire extinguisher? Yeah, well. Sea Glide. I'm keeping the discarded batteries. A lot of new things and getting new things. That's gonna be so nice, having everything just like ready for y'all to come back home to. Let's be able to go home. Oh, I bet. Especially when y'all get the chance to actually move back in and, like, get to keep working on things more consistently. Treating you so far. It's been good. I vaguely know what I'm doing. I've had a few people come in and just be like experts in the game, and they have been very helpful. Yeah. I haven't pissed myself quite yet. Mobile vehicle bay fragment. Already got that one. on, give me something new. Give me something new. Sea glide for. Oh, come on. Okay, whatever. Reef back. Oh, I see a bunch of stuff over there. Let me go get some air first. Honestly, Kay, the second game has multiplayer. It does? I'm pretty sure, yeah. And I know there's mods for the first game to have multiplayer too, but like... Laser cutter, yes. Do you need 2 or 3? You need 3. Shit. Okay, that's fine. Got any goodies over here? Bioreactor. I think this is the last of the bio... No, I already have bioreactor. Come on. Give me another laser cutter. Laser cutter. Laser cutter. Ah. No, it's empty. Come on. Seamoth fragment? Okay. You son of a bitch! You little sperm looking frickin' hate you! You suck.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Way ahead of you. Munchy muncher. Cruncher muncher, come on. Crunchy munchy, come on. What's this? God, I need to... I don't know if I can make this. They're so cool. Okay. Can I make this? Oh, there's so much stuff down here. Oh boy. Okay. I need to be very mindful and very quick. Okay. Onto torpedo arm. Because I will 100% have to go back up. Okay, I got a thermal plant. That's good.
Blueprint acquired.
Already been over here. Shit. time. I need a cutter. I need a freaking laser cutter. Oh, that looks like something. I don't need a prawn suit. I don't even have the prawn suit, like, itself.
Diversity in this region is unusually low. Cause unknown.
When it gets to 30, I'll go back up to the surface. Come on. I don't have a laser cutter. Oh, back up to the surface, back up to the surface.
30 seconds.
Oh, I can't even see the surface tension of the water. I'm so far down! Oh, baby, baby. Okay, so 30 seconds is exactly the amount of time I need to get back up. Head straight for the... I need one more piece of the laser cutter. Swim, little fish, swim. High capacity tank, okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Anything else down here that I can take from?
Integrating new PDA data.
I need to leave, I need to leave, I need to leave. I am. I'm doing my best too. Okay, I think I have deduced that I need 30 seconds. I need... Crap. They just aren't giving me what I need or want from these boxes. I need the laser cutter. I need the laser cutter. I need one more laser cutter before I can actually get the laser cutter. Oh, take this, take this.
New blueprint acquired.
Swim. I am scrambling. This is a mad dash every time. I have 30% left on my... I need to watch my battery for my Sea Glide 2, because if I don't... I'm gonna get fucked over. Because if I'm down here and I run out of battery for my Seamoth, I'm done. It makes me nervous too. I have to. There's boxes. There's a box. 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 There's 2 boxes. Give me something, please. Nothing. Oh. Nothing. Nothing. What the fuck is that? Oh, I'm going for it. Oh, I know where I am. I know where I am. I know. I've seen this part of the game. Come on, laser cutter. I need the fucking laser cutter. I feel like I'm just missing it. I feel like I'm just missing it. Where's their radio? 30 seconds. Okay.
30 seconds.
This whole adventure took about 20% of my sea moths or my sea glide's battery. And I'm pretty sure I need like one more blueprint for the sea moth itself. I have the vehicle bay. Island. Island. Dark deep dark. I want to go into the deep dark down in the dark. I want to. I just have to find all the stuff. Oh, I forgot about this island. I forgot that it's held up by giant floaters. Look at him. Undulating. Avoid consume you every day.
Picking up multiple energy signatures on the island's surface.
Don't you start with me like I wasn't winning. Oh, fucker. Where are you skittering? Come here. Jaffa Cup. I'll just chill out on this island for a little bit. Bulbo tree. Okay. Bulbo. Bulbous. Zabulba. Stop skittering. I hate the skittering. Don't ever skitter near me. If you ever meet me at a convention, don't ever skitter near me. I will scream and hit and cry. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me so much. I'm so sorry. I can't see. Hey, oh, excuse me. Oh my god. It's so cool that I got here right as it became dark and I can't see where I'm going. Times 2. I'll take those. I'll take these. Don't know what any of these do. They said there was a lot of energy signatures on this island, so I'm assuming... Ooh, there's another pathway up. Ming plant. Ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop, boop, boop. Jaffa cakes. I know there's supposed to be something on this island, and I probably just can't see it yet on account of the darkness. But something tells me it's supposed to be very obvious. Because I vaguely remember this island, and I know there's supposed to be something on it. Give me up there. Give me up there. Go, 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 go. Nope, nope, nope. What's that? What's that? Is that it? Is that what I'm looking for? What the fuck is that? You. I'm on my warpath. Let's go. Oh, another radio signal. I can't keep a phone with me? What the fuck? Okay, I found a place. I'm on my way. Okay, I know. Oh. No lantern fruit are edible, but I turned off survival mode because I didn't care. Go away. I don't want to fight. Hey, could you consider fucking off, maybe? Ow! What? You suck. You. You better run. I'm a bitch on the edge. Stasis rifle? Cool. Blueprint acquired for the stasis rifle. Okay. Love that for me. Ultra glide pins. Okay. Now that's something I can use. Good God.
Integrating new PDA data.
Can I thought I could, like, scan these walls or something. Ooh, battery. Okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Oh my God.
Integrating new PDA data.
I thought I could, because, like, I don't have access to rooms yet. Maybe I have to find them underwater or something? Huh? Can do a bulkhead. Another stasis rifle. Okay, the dramatic stings... The dramatic stings are getting old. Oh, oh my God, please, walk. Did you see that shit? I don't think... I did go up there. So here I got the stasis rifle. Oh, exterior grow beds. Excellent. I don't need them because I didn't... Wait. Multi-purpose room. Yes. Okay. This is what I needed. Ow! Oh.
Blueprint acquired.
Okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Dun dun. Oh. God. Good God. Oh. Oh. Spotlight. That'll be nice. Okay, I can build such a... I can already build such a... Oh. Please stop. I have 9,000 channel points. Oh shit, you do? Oh, there's a camp up on top of that mountain. I think I got everything down here. I think so. 9,000 channel points. You could ascend the end. Not this. Somebody already ascended a demon today, but like you could ascend the end. Your demon. Ooh, I have a good name for your demon's ascended form. Already, I don't know how. I don't know. I don't have a design in mind, but I have a good name for them. Oh, there's another one over there. Demon next time, ye. Disinfected water on the bed.
Integrating new PDA data.
So many plants.
New blueprint acquired.
Ooh, observatory. Okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Don't need disinfected water. I don't need it. Now I gotta go to that one. Oh, I'm starting to get sniffy. Allergies are kicking in. What's the fall damage like this? Oh. Nope. 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 Win game about swimming, not about legs. Oh no. Please. Have mercy, please. I think the thing I'm looking for, I think that's the shore. Please don't like walk in. Okay, I need to go the other way. You should be able to scan the doors. Ladders too, unless that's later. I was able to, I think ladders come like with the, ladders come with your Xbox, if you know what I mean. Because I think I had ladders when I started building stuff. Please don't fall. I'm going to try not to. By sprinting as fast as I can around every corner. I'm hearing crackling. What is that? Composite plant pot. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take that.
New blueprint acquired.
Give me that swivel chair.
New blueprint acquired. Integrating new PDA data. Integrating new PDA data.
I have so many PDAs to look at, and like... That's the camp I went to. If the game had suddenly rock slides and earthquake, that would be so mean to me specifically if they had rock slides and earthquakes. I know for a fact that there's a gun on this island unless this is a separate island. This is the island with the big space gun that destroys that goes pew pew, right? There's only one island in this game, right? Unless there's another one. Unless I'm going crazy. There's two islands. Okay. Unless I'm lying. You could be lying. You are known to do that. Two things I know about you. Precocious liar and also precocious liar. Two-time MVP precocious liar. Okay, so says the liar. I'm not a liar. I only ever tell the truth unless it's funny. Let me up. Let me up. How do I get up there? Let me up. I think I can get up from here. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, whatever's funnier. Okay, I don't think I've gone to the last... Or somebody gonna be picked up a massive debris field. This is Avery Quentin and the Sunbeam. See with long range scanner stand any time. Data. Degassi survivors. Log 3.
This island is a godsend. Look out of the window. No predators, fresh food.
No building materials, nothing left of the ship. And your kid says we're gonna starve without more grow beds. Speak up, kid.
It's true, Father. The natural growth rates are too slow to keep supporting us.
All I'm saying is Ocean's got us surrounded. No use hiding. Sooner or later, we'll get our feet wet.
The rest of your life may have been a fight, Maida, but I've made my decision. You want to forfeit your emergency pay to take a swim? Go ahead.
Believe me, I'm thinking on it.
Son, I said wait for the storm to pass. Your life's more valuable to me than a plant patch.
You stopped being in charge when the ship you were captaining sunk.
I'll stop being in charge when you take charge of yourself.
Say, Chief. Chief!
What?
Do you know how to drain those grow beds of 40 tons of stormwater? Or how to conjure food from the air?
I know how to prioritize.
I'm just saying, if that's so, what's your boy's life worth to you today? If tomorrow you're gonna be so hungry you start wondering what he tastes like, let him go deal with the plants.
Son, go deal with the plants.
Bard, Torgal has disembarked the habitat.
Interfere with my family again, and when rescue arrives, I will leave you here. Do you understand me?
No rescue coming, Chief. Not in time. No staying here neither. This rain keeps falling, sooner or later this place will be buried. Only choice we got is whether to get buried with it.
This is the first time I've seen sunlight in months. After all that time in the deep, I'd been dreaming of it. Now that I'm back here, I'm finding it hard to enjoy alone. Father was right. We should never have left this place. We shouldn't have gone so deep. They do not want us down there. Despite my best efforts, ill health is taking hold of me. The visions are getting worse. Marguerite and Father are now part of the ecosystem of this incredible planet. It's reassuring to know that when I go, I'll join them. Until then, well, there's always the view.
I feel so bad. I do too. Dang, you're still going? Yeah. I honestly didn't think I'd be going this far. How long have I actually been going? Hold on. Oh, 7 hours. Jesus. This game got its hooked in me. I can feel it got its hooks in me. Yeah. After I do these audio logs, I think I'll call it, just because I'm starting to feel tired. And I want to hang out with friends. Which I guess we can do on stream, but I'm losing focus at a rapid rate, and I don't want to burn out. Because who knows when I will be streaming again. Who knows when I'll be streaming again. Still haven't gotten to the point where I can just kind of... Oh god, I can't think anymore. I've been listening to these daggum audio logs. But yeah, I'll figure out a stream schedule, hopefully, at some point. The habit's hard for me. Ad starts in about 1 minute. Snooze it. I have one more snooze. Let's finish these up.
What is that thing?
I don't know. I found it outside in the sand.
Part of another ship?
None I've ever seen.
It's not even scratched.
Don't fool around with it. It might be worth something.
Stand down, Chief. If it were gonna crumble to dust, it would have done so when I picked it up.
It's glowing.
We're not the first people to come to this planet.
People. Maybe. Could be aliens. Could be the damn sea monsters for all we know. One thing for sure, we ain't gonna find out by staying here.
Chief's log, 5 weeks since the crash. The only other survivors are my son, Bart, and Maida, the cut-price mercenary I commissioned for the journey. After days drifting in the life pod, rain hammering on the roof, the weather cleared and we washed up here. I had Maida salvage the Degazi wreck, set Bart to finding us a stable source of food. His education is paying off sooner than I'd anticipated. Our only problem is Maida. She says the weather's going to turn. I say she's finding excuses to risk our lives. I imagine she's not gonna weaken her life without a physical altercation, and she's itching for a fight. In every judgment she makes, things go from bad to worse. If she had my experience, she'd have more faith. Humans have spent millennia specializing in how to shackle nature to our will. This planet won't cause us any new problems.
Yeah.
My one task now is to keep us alive, as comfortably as possible, until the insurance company arranges rescue. In this part of space, that could be months, or even years.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Get this, get that. Plasteel ingots. Holy shit. Purple tablet, stasis rifle. I have so much new stuff that I can do. Seamoth depth module, Seamoth solar charger. I don't have a Seamoth yet. Mobile vehicle bay. I have one more for the Seamoth. Oh, it's dark now. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna. Can I just jump back into the water? Wah! Isn't there a Reaper around here somewhere? Okay, I'm gonna start swimming back and then I'll end stream. We're so close. Oh, I love how dark it is. Oh, it's really fun how dark it is and how there's nothing. Reefy? Reefy? Oh, it's a reef back. Okay, cool. We're chill. I don't think any dangerous leviathans appear near the reef back, so I think I'm safe. Got another radio transmission. There has to be another island, because I don't think... Hey, buddy. Oof. Oh, boy. Ooh, love this for me. This gives me such good tingles. Also, Buck, I hope rehearsal is going or went well. Okay, I can see the floor now. Reefy, do you want to join me? Be my protector? I have another battery. It's fine. Reef territory. Okay, perfect. I've been doing pretty good about dodging leviathans. I might need to look up where to find Seamoth fragments or the laser cutter fragments. It's gonna be real. I probably haven't been as exploratory as I could have been. Everything's fine. Counter. Okay.
30 seconds. Near blueprint acquired.
I'm gonna go back down there and look around a little bit more. So maybe there's something in one of these crates. No. Oh, Seamoth? Okay, you can... Yeah, you wish. Squiggle Billy. Come on, also be the laser cutter. 2 for 1 me. Yes! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Near blueprint acquired.
Where's my base? Where's my base? There it is. Okay, so I got the Seamoth and the laser cutter. So I can go back to some of those places and get into them. Okay, I have goals. I have goals for the next stream. I would do them now, but my eyes are starting to get heavy. It's already 8 o'clock. Good God, I have been going since 1. Holy moly. Okay, I'm gonna get back. I'm not gonna get back to this base. I'm gonna get back to that base. Yeah, whatever. I probably have enough to make a battery. Make another battery.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. Okay, I have too much titanium. I need to make another locker. Hold on. Wall locker. Titanium. Okay, silver? I thought I saw some silver. No, that's salt. Quartz. Boink boink. Plants can go in plants. Purple tablet can go in purple tablet. Salts can go in here. And let's turn that metal salvage into more... more titanium, and then put it in here for later. Oops, give me that battery. Okay. We have so many... I can make a Seamoth. Oh, that'll be the... I'm going to pin that. Pin the Seamoth. Pin the laser cutter. And those will be our projects. It's a Subnautica commercial? Oh, shit.
High priority automated message Aurora, live pod, 13 coordinates, attack, live pod is carrying high priority passenger.
Yoki Kasa. I said Kasa. Why do I have to record this anyway?
Send immediate burial detail.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Picked a very scenic place. I'm just gonna swim around and pick up stuff until the ad finishes. Ad break is finishing? Okay, ad break's back. I was just swimming around until y'all came back. Gonna drop off everything I have, or turn everything I have back into stuff, put it away, and then I'm gonna end and send us to somewhere. Y'all, I'm swimming into void. Alright, what's this? Hydrochloric acid. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, I've already filled up 2 whole things of titanium. Look at me go. Copper ore. I think I have some lead. Some salt. I'll just put the rest of the titanium in here. Okay. Glad you'll finally be able to stream without your Wi-Fi and OBS having a bitch fit. Exactly. Thank you. It has been very nice to be able to do that and have everything just like at a certain point, I do like I want to do a lot of stuff. It's just a matter of, you know, keeping that energy and like I keep having that ADHD feeling of like I have something to do later and it's like 7 hours from now, but like I can't do anything for that 7 hours until that thing happens because I gotta get that thing first. So I just don't stream. Today I was like, I took the day off. I have no reason not to. I'll have a good time. Yada yada. But here, let me switch it up. Let me turn the music back on. There we go. Run into the same problem. Yeah, I need to like, because I think a schedule would help me like a lot. I mean, neurodivergent's so much fun. And having medication be so expensive is also really fun. I appreciate. All right. Let me look us for a, what the fuck? Let me look to, oh my God, say words. Oh, raid target, where raid target? Oh boy, where raid target? Oh, I see Scout. Scout's streaming. How long have they been streaming? They've been streaming for about 2 hours. Yeah, sure. Let's raid into them. Let me... It's like, oh, by the way, if y'all want to follow me at all, you'll probably already, you might, there's a bunch of socials there for y'all to use if you want. Yeah, there they are. Thank you all for being back here for all that. And here's our usual message, just because I can't think of anything. Oh, I fucked up the things. Oh, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. There's our usual. Oh, he's a really cool guy. I should throw money, kill him, or from them to do good stuff. Thank you. Yeah, there's the raid message. If y'all don't got emotes, use your own and put them down. We're gonna raid into Scout. Oh, we know. Make sure you give them all the love and support y'all gave me. And be nice. Oh, let me switch over to this. There it goes. I was like, wait, please credits work. Thank you for all the followers that have followed me in the times that I wasn't doing anything. So, you know, all the people that just scrolled by in the last like year that followed. So I appreciate you. And I will talk to y'all some other time. Stay peaceful, everybody.